Gentlemen, see this rock bucket? I built this bucket and I put a bunch of extra teeth on it. This type of stuff, and this was actually that round curled metal. That was from a truck spring. That's the curl that allows the spring to be mounted to the chassis of the truck. And I used the ends of the springs. I cut them in half and then back cut them so that when the bucket scratches down, it digs rock with that teeth. And then I put a tooth in the middle to keep it stable so it doesn't slide around in the trench it digs. And then I put more teeth on the side that dig wider than the bucket so the bucket doesn't get jammed up in the trench that the bucket digs, because that's what was happening. The bucket was getting the bucket was getting jammed up in the trench itself. So I brought it out further from the outside edge of the bucket, and I put cleaning teeth on the side, what I call scraper teeth. So I actually designed this bucket. It was a dirt bucket, but now it's a viable rock digging bucket. When the bucket rotates in the rock, this grabs some of the coral, and this grabs some of the coral and chews it up, and these teeth grab some of the coral and chew it up, and these teeth grab some of the coral and chew it up. So actually, before I put all that extra teeth on the dirt bucket, it would not dig rock. Now it digs coral rather well. Unfortunately, this is the hardest coral I ever ran into in my life, and I've been digging coral since 2001. So today's plan, I started a little bit early because it's not going to rain today, and it's already up around 88 degrees. So I wanted to get a little bit of an early start. For those of you who are on the live stream now, please adhere to the rules. If I don't know you, please, you're allowed to leave comments, but don't expect a reply. I don't want to stop my actual physical work to reply to comments like, what city is this? And is that Fazio doing the work? I don't need to hear any of that stuff. I am working. So today's job, and I'll add one more thing. People get to go to work and make 100 phone calls a day, or to answer 100 phone calls a day from your friends to ask you a question. Of course, the answer is no. And that's the same thing when people ask me questions when I'm working. So better that you just get some popcorn and enjoy the show, because I probably won't acknowledge your comments unless I know you personally, or you're a member of my Patreon account or my personal friend. So today's job is to take this rock bucket and slip it underneath from the corner of that container to the tree, which means I'm going to have to start the machine, flip the bucket, move it over. And then I actually got to go underneath there with a pickaxe and pick the dirt out of there. Take about a quarter of a cubic yard, maybe a little less, of dirt and rock out of there that I put there. And the reason I want to put the rock bucket here underneath there is it's twofold. One, I'm going to be tracking the machine in and out on the track path that you see, but 8 inches over to the right. When I pop the jet ski off the roof, when I make the jet ski fly, I'm going to be moving the machine from inside this yard, this area here, where it is here. I'm going to be moving it forward to where it's coming closer to me, either up to me or 30 feet further than me. I haven't figured out the trajectory of the jet ski and all that yet, but it needs to have this path free and clear. And then then I can grab the jet ski, pick it up, spin it counterclockwise, bring the track hoe towards me 40 feet, turn the machine around, and back the track hoe back into what I call its perch. But until I move this bucket and the cement mixer, that can't happen. So the first thing that's going to happen today is I'm going to get underneath there with a pickaxe and a shovel after I move this bucket and level this ground out so that the bucket will slide underneath the container. All right, there you go. That's the plan. So I know today is Father's Day, and to those of us and you that are fathers, happy Father's Day. And not having any family here in the Philippines, well, there's not much else to do here. Mein Buntag. There's not much else to do here. So I'll work for 6 or 7 hours because today is going to be a digging day. And physical digging days are a little bit harder than normal days. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get in the machine and I'm going to flip the bucket over this way and prepare to dig underneath the container by hand. Well, there isn't any other way, really. I do have a jackhammer, but I don't think the dirt is quite that hard that I'll need the jackhammer. But if it is, there will be jackhammering. I do have a 40-pound jackhammer, I think. It's 40 or 50 pounds, 60 pounds. I forget. I forget. Okay. So, the thing to do next would be to get a vantage point for you to see what I'm going to do. And that vantage point, I don't know how shaky it would be, but that very well may be on the track hoe itself. That's possible. That's possible. Okay, well, yeah, but for now, what should I tell you for now? This is one of my story sticks for the foundation measurements. So for now, what I'm going to let you do is I'm going to let you watch. You know what I'll let you do? I'll let you look at the ocean for a few minutes until 10 o'clock anyway. So I'm standing in my yard now, and this is my view from just standing in the yard. Now I'm not on a ladder or anything like that. This is just sitting on top of the cement mixer. So just sitting or standing in my yard, you have a view of the ocean. Who could ask for anything more? Someone said to me, "Who could ask for anything more?" And at the time, it was New Year's Eve of 2021, actually. And he was right. He was right. Who could ask for anything more? So, I'm gonna be doing a lot of stuff that you can't see. You're just gonna hear some noises in the background because that's the way it's going to be. I can't keep moving the camera around and for everything I do. So just sit back and enjoy the show. Get some popcorn. If you guys want to talk to each other, you're welcome to do that. But I really don't have the time to reply. I'm actually physically working, you know. I'm actually doing physical manual labor. How many people can go to work? Let's say you went to work and you were digging a trench and you were working for a company. Would the boss allow you to have 30 phone calls a day or 50 phone calls a day where people expect you to answer a message? I don't think so. So that's the way it's going to be here. I'll take personal calls from personal friends only, and those are the rules. I'll probably be starting the machine in about, I would say, less than 10 minutes. I'll be starting the machine. So if you want to watch that happen, you can stay. Might even happen faster than that. But say 10 minutes from right now, I'll be starting the machine, which will be close to 10 o'clock, which is when the live stream was supposed to start, but I wanted to get out here and do some preliminary work. So 10 minutes from this moment now, I'll be starting the machine to move that bucket. Gotta get some tools out of the shed. I gotta get a shovel, a pickaxe, and a rake. A shovel, a pickaxe, and a rake. A man rake, a man shovel, and a man-sized pickaxe. Be right back. want to show you something. Well, this is a man rake, but it's a baby man rake. It will work though. I have a concrete rake. Let me give Randy his wood. Randy, Holly Hope. You will bring the box back? You? Holly Hope, just one piece. Well, I'm at my Wuntag. Oh, it's a nice haircut. Okay, that wood is from my landlord. I give her all my wood. Seeing how I gave the opportunity to take all my scrap wood to a particular person whose name I won't mention. I gave the opportunity to a man. I told him, I will give you my wood for your cooking purposes. Okay. And when he had enough, or I don't know what the real reason was, I put a huge pile in front of the house. I said, did you take this? Yes. And he didn't take it that day, or 7 more days I requested that he pulls the pile from in front of my house, because in front of my fence is actually another person's property who I'm friends with. But I don't need to clutter up their property with my junk wood. 7 days went by. Each day I asked him 2 or 3 times. Each day he said, yeah. Yeah, I'll get to it, I'll get it. And on the 7th day I said, look, you need to take the lump. Yeah, okay. Like, yeah, okay. So he didn't take it, so I got rid of it. He didn't get the lumber anymore. So I offered the lumber to another man. Yes. He did the same thing. He did the exact same thing. He took what he wanted when he wanted it, and then he would leave the rest. I said, oh, you got to take all the lumber, not just, yeah, I'll get to it. So they were both, either they talked to each other about how they were going to be in control of me, or they believed they could be in control of me, and that's okay. They could believe what they want. So now, and at that time, if you remember, I did a video of the beach. The beach had 2 foot of debris. I mean, boats, logs, trees, branches, coconut, hundreds of thousands. There might have been 1 million coconuts on the beach, which they use for firewood, for cooking breakfast and stuff. But now, those piles, as you saw in my video last week. Okay, thank you, Randy. So I'm maybe Ugma, okay? Thank you. Have a nice day. Happy Mother's Day. Thank you. So there might have been 1 million coconuts that they use for firewood, and there were thousands of pieces of trees and branches and logs and coconuts and coconut palm fronds. Well, now there's nothing left except a few piles of coconuts. Now they all want the lumber again. So it's like having a bank account. When you have nothing to put in a bank account, you want to put something in the bank account. But smart people, when they have a job and they get $100 in the bank, they want $200 in the bank. They want a buffer. They want to know that for so many months they can live without having to work in case we fall on hard times like we're on now. When I had I can't tell you, but when I good morning. When I had a small pile of money. I wanted a bigger pile of money. But I knew what my limitation was. I knew that at X amount of money, I had enough for 10 years, let's say. So, but these people think in terms of 6 or 7 or 8 or 10 days. So they had enough wood, they didn't need to take my wood. But he asked me for the wood, and then what he did was he selected the pieces he wanted. Meanwhile, every piece would be good. If you needed wood, my wood was good wood. So this morning, this is the truth. Now, some of my friends know who I'm talking about, and others, I won't mention names, but this morning I hear guapo, not from my regular guapo guy, but you are guapo. And I'm going to myself, what's up with that? Must want something. You are a very handsome man. I went in the house. This is at like 7 o'clock this morning. This is how it is living in the... And an hour later, I hear guapo, Michael Guapo, and I'm going, this is not a normal guy that says guapo to me. Well, I had the basket full of lumber right there. That was just full, and I had lumber to the side. I had the basket right there. So I'm going to myself, what's up with this guy? Because yesterday I had to have a little talk with him. He was really, 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 really drunk, and he wanted me to hang out with him and drink. And I'm going, I don't want to drink, especially I don't want to drink in the afternoon when I have work to do. Anyway, I'm just killing a few minutes here, giving you an idea what it's like living in the Philippines. At 8 o'clock, guapo, which means handsome man. Well, when I came out here to start tinkering around to see what I wanted to do, I hear Michael, and I look over. I will take that lumber. Oh, really? No. You want to take the lumber? That lumber is from my landlord. That lumber is no longer is. Buntag. Did you get a libre ligo? Let me see. Libre ligo? Guapo ka. So the tide is high now, so everybody's going in to take a morning swim. So he wanted my lumber. Now this is going back from December 8th, if you guys remember the December 9th story. So my lumber now, I bring it over a lot of times in the afternoon. I bring it over to my landlord, but there is a goat herder named Randy, who you heard me talking to before. It's his job to herd that family's goats, but it's also his responsibility, if I have lumber and I don't have time to bring it over there, for him to bring it and then bring me back the box. So that's what that was about. But I have a story. I'll tell you this story about this shovel here. This shovel is the beginning and sometimes the end of things. So the shovel has been in many places. Some I can talk to you about, and some, those places probably still exist. I would not mention where that shovel has been. So what I'm going to do is see if any of my friends are here. Nope, that's cool. Okay, no comments. That's really cool. Thank you for not commenting. So I'm going to get right into the machine, and then from the machine, I'm going to start the machine up. And the reason that this shovel has been in so many special places is I want you to take a look at this shovel. This is a true Tempest shovel, but the shovel is just a little bit wider than me. It's about 34 inches, 33 inches wide. It's not It's not a long handle shovel. It's not even a normal shovel. I cut it down. I cut it down just so that I could be a tunnel rat. Not in the military, but in real life, a tunnel rat. This shovel has been in places that would amaze you. So let me put this tunnel rat shovel down and get the machine started, and then I'm going to flip this bucket over. And let's see what we got here. You know what I was thinking before? I was thinking about putting this over here so that I wouldn't have to move the camera. I think that's going to work out. But what I definitely want to do is lock that camera up so it can't fall off of there. Okay. Okay, can't fall now. I have it locked with rocks, rock locked. Okay, so I should be able to start the machine, flip the bucket over to the left, and get right into the digging aspect of this in about 2 or 3 minutes. I still have to do one thing. I have to check one more thing. That will take about 1 minute. I have one more quick check, and I'm gonna end up washing that front window. It's a little dusty, so just hold on. Another 90 seconds isn't gonna make your life any better or any worse. Oh. Oh, we have a go. We have a go. Now, if the machine starts, we have a go. This machine, boy, I gotta tell you, sometimes it starts, and sometimes it does not start. Now, I gotta change something first. Okay, it would be painted now. All right, let's give this the old 1-2. See what happens. Up, 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 up. Got to clean the window. I don't want to have glare, or I'll let you watch me I'll let you watch me do woman's work. I'll be cleaning windows for a minute or so. I think you should be able to see it, but if not, that's life, baby. This machine has not been used. It started up about 4 or 5 months ago, but it hasn't been used in a year. I had to get parts for it. I don't even want to. You already know how much trouble I had getting parts for it. If you've watched all my videos, the amount of time that I spent to get a stupid little part was months. I could have actually ordered the part from Napa Auto Parts in Key Largo and had it shipped to the Philippines with a 12-week wait, and I would have got it 2 months before I got the part ordered from here, and it only had to be delivered from 30 miles away. Another island, but 30 miles away. So it took 5 months to get a part from another island 30 miles away. It took 5 months. I could have ordered it from Napa Auto Parts in America and had it in 3 months. That's an amazing piece of information for those of you who want to move to the Philippines. And and I'm sure it's because of the lockdown, but what difference does it make, lockdown, no lockdown? It still took 5 months to get a $20 part. That's ridiculous. Alright, maybe here we go. Maybe not. Oh, you are not where you're supposed to be. You need to be over there. It's already hot. Very hot. Okay, you have a pretty good angle on that. I would say that's acceptable. That rock is, the rock has turned into hardpack. So I'm going to have to get a jackhammer. I'll be back in a few minutes. just going to take a moment to explain to you what I'm doing. This way you know what I'm doing and why. So when I built that container framework for the container, what I did was I did not use lime, but I used the same mix that lime rock or road rock would be, but with no limestone. But this coral, when it packs down just from the weather, will pack down almost as hard as road rock, or hard packing, what we call in America. So I built my own chisel. This is the chisel that came with the jackhammer, the 40-pound jackhammer. This is the chisel that came with it, but I added this 3-inch wide flat chisel to it, which is basically the back, the end of a truck spring, 5/8-inch spring steel truck spring. I modify these myself for two reasons. One, when the chisel is chiseling, you can take a sledgehammer, hit this side of the chisel, and knock it down into the rock further. But if your rock somehow binds up the chisel over here, you can put a cable or a rope through this and pull the chisel out of the trench. So we're going to be using a 40-pound jackhammer, 220 volt, and I should have that over here in about a minute. So I'll just let you look at the bucket again, because that's where we're going to be working over there. If I can see, I lost all ability because the sun is moving over. Okay, theoretically, you should be able to see from there. Okay, theoretically. Today's jackhammer will be a yellow jackhammer of choice with a yellow cord and a yellow hand grip. It's an off-brand name. Called Hyobi with an H, not Ryobi. And it's a real piece of shit, to be honest with you. It's probably closer to a toy jackhammer than it is a real jackhammer, but it works. It has absolutely no It has absolutely no it has absolutely no hammer ability, but for dirt it'll be okay. But if you try to break rock with that thing, you could toss it out the proverbial window. You're just wasting your time, spinning your wheels. I tried to dig rock with that one day. I almost threw it in the hole and crushed it with the machine. That's what a piece of garbage it is, but it was cheap. I hope we still have a stream, because what's happening is the camera's getting very hot and I have to put a cover above it to block the sun. I'm doing that now. So it might change colors, but if I don't do that, the camera will overheat, and then there won't be a live stream until it cools off again. So I'm going to do that right now. Ah! Ah! Now I think I have enough shade. Yeah, because we're coming up on the 12 o'clock. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, the camera's getting very hot. Okay. So what I did is I dug out I have to dig it out with the stick, because yesterday this was not my plan. And I'm not going to put the bucket back on just to dig a little hole. So my plan is to dig down low enough to pull the rock from under the cargo container so that I can slide the bucket under the cargo container, which will be where I'm going to store it. And also I'll put a blocking on top of the bucket, which would be extra cribbing in case the cargo container settles. It shouldn't settle, but the wood is now 2 years buried in the dirt, and I don't know what damage that's done to the wood. I'm just checking to see if I still have a live stream. Okay, I do. So what you just witnessed was one-handed 40-pound jackhammer with one hand and a 10-pound bit. 50 pounds. Manhandled. Manhandled. Broad-backed. None of that shallow back. Ladyboy construction work. None of that here. Okay, I'm gonna take a well-deserved break because I've been going for 2 hours with no break, plus longer than that before you came on. And what I'm going to attempt to do next is, the chain is on the bucket, to flip the bucket up, to put the yokes towards the fence. And that's when that flips over, if it flips over properly, then I'm going to push the yoke under the container so that I have the bucket, the open bucket, facing out of the container, so I can align the bucket so rainwater doesn't sit in the bucket in between now and the time I reinstall the bucket. That's the project that's next. That's why I put the chain on now. So I'm going to flip the bucket, and I want to get the yokes under the container. It's going to be a 3 or 4 step process, and it's going to take an hour. Maybe less, or maybe more. First, I'm going to get water. Okay, so just a note, after 2 hours and, well, after about an hour and 45 minutes, I got the hole dug under the container by myself with a 40-pound jackhammer and a 10-pound tip. One-handed, mostly. You can go back and review that. I dug out about 18 inches of dirt from under the container, back 3 feet. Deeper and further than I needed to go to allow for collapsing of the dirt. And then I put some dunnage underneath the back of the container, rolled it over this way, and in the back of that bucket is a hole I put in the container years ago to allow the water to drain out while I was mucking out a hole, mucking out a job, this job. Because right underneath where the bucket is, there's a hole that's 9 feet deep. It goes from the back of the bucket there to that blue car. It goes from the edge of that building there, 3 feet out, almost over to my house. It's 18 feet wide and 21 feet long and about 9 foot deep. And at 6 feet, you can hit water. At one half of the year, at 6 feet, you can hit water. So there was a lot of water in the bucket, and I punched a hole in the back of the bucket. So the water drains out of the back of the bucket, so I won't have to worry about it rusting from the inside out. It's not going to be there long enough for it to make that much of a difference. But what I wanted to do was get the bucket past or close to the pile of this .60 pressure-treated lumber, the blue stuff. This is CCA, copper chloride and arsenic, .60 treatment, 2x4s, 2x6s, 2x10s, and 2x12s that I have a plan for. But what I wanted to do today was, if you'll notice, the bucket lines up with the lumber. It's far enough back from the lumber. So the lumber is what I use for just a visual of where the machine is. I know when I'm 3 feet from the lumber, I can rotate the bucket. I can rotate the turret. So that was my plan. And if you look, the bucket is within 2 inches of the face of the lumber, within 6 inches. But at the bottom, it's even, so it's good. So my plan was a success, and it takes a little. You know what? A lot of people are going to say, "How come you don't get help?" Well, let me go through this with you again for the people that are new to my channel. I've been doing rigging, dock building, owning cranes, barges, tugboats, backhoes, track hoes, drill rigs, and trenching machines since 1984. And I have discovered that if someone doesn't know what they're doing, it takes longer to teach them than it does to do it yourself, number one. Number two, they're gonna get hurt. Because if you review this video, you'll see where I was standing, and many times the stick, which is the big yellow thing there, was on the bucket, and I knew it was gonna move. It's gonna slide it because the boom bleeds. And if you don't know what that means, well, it bleeds. And when it's bleeding, the boom wants to go down because the pressure is bleeding out of the pistons, And if you're in the wrong place, or you got your hand in some stupid place, well, your hand comes off. And then I have to bring you and your hand and a bucket of ice to the hospital. So I don't have people working for me for that reason. And there's another reason. Have you noticed? Well, you wouldn't have noticed early this morning, but 2 or 3 people stopped by because they saw lumber in front of my house, firewood. Because now the beach is void of firewood. It's almost all gone. But did they offer me anything in return? Even though in this neighborhood I have given out 200,000 pesos of free stuff in 6.5 years. Not a single person has ever offered to help me for a half a day for free. Ever. So the few times they have asked me for work, I said, you will work for me for a half a day, libre, free? Oh no! I said, and I'll bring it up. I'm not embarrassed to bring it up. What about all the pasalubong I give your family? Standard Philippines answer. You are rich. You are Santa Claus. You give. You give. You give. You give. You give many money. Mahal pesos. You give. They will never, ever, ever offer to work for you for free. It hasn't happened yet in 3 years. I don't expect it to happen, and I kind of pray it doesn't happen, because I don't want a single local to ever work for me for a single minute from the time this hotel starts being built till the time it's built. I never want a minute's work done by a local, because of that reason. For 6 years, I give to this neighborhood shoes, candy, foods. I probably gave out 200 kilos of spaghetti sauce, 400 kilos of spaghetti, 10,000 pieces of candy, countless slippers or thongs, flip-flops, countless pieces of clothing from New York that I had stuff wrapped in, countless cases of rum, and not 1 minute has anybody ever offered me to work for me for free. And when they ask me for work, I say, you will work for me for 1/2 a day free so that I can test your skills? Oh no, oh no, oh no, you pay, you pay, you go, you go, you go someplace else and ask somebody else for a job. And if you think I'm kidding, I'm not kidding. I don't really have time to teach people the construction industry, nor since Christmas of 2020, I haven't given anybody a penny, a nickel, a dime, a peso of free stuff, because of that exact reason. There is never going to be a return on your money in regards to, I mean, if I gave out $4,000 worth of stuff on this block, which I did, and nobody's ever offered to help me, even for 1 minute for free, yet they still ask for a bottle of rum, a pack of cigarettes. This is like, has anybody ever taught them the art of friendship? True friendship, I'm talking about. Or the art of give and take? No give and take. No, we take, you give. So, but if you don't give, that's okay too. They don't care. They just ask. One of my friends who owns a big business around here said, you don't have to give them anything. They can ask. And I said, will they get upset? He goes, no, they won't get upset, but they'll keep asking, because it's a game with them. If you give, you give. If you don't give, you don't give. They don't get mad, but they don't understand that if they give you something back in return, it will be handed back to them again. Give and take. There's no give and take here in the Philippines. You've seen, well, you may not have seen, but a man asked me for a job the other day. He saw me busting my ass. All day he stood about 100 feet away from here. All day, back and forth on the phone, looking for a job. Do you think he'd ask me if I could use a hand so that he could have a job? No. Now, I tried to get him a job with a friend of mine, and I told him what the guy wanted if he worked for my friend Mai. And what he wanted was, having never done construction before in his entire life, ever, he wanted 400 pesos a day, which is for just straight labor. Somebody that doesn't know a darn thing about construction. Somebody that would basically go down the end of the rake or move the rocks or move a pile of sand. They get 300 a day. He wanted 400 a day because he has 3 children. So he needs more money. That's arbitrary. So that's arguable. So when I said to him, so what do you want to do? How many hours is that? 8 hours. So you want 50 pesos an hour, which is reasonable. How long do you want for your break? Half hour. And how many breaks do you want? 2. So that's 1 hour in breaks. And how long for your lunch? 1 hour. So that's 2 hours. 2 hours of breaks and lunch on an 8-hour construction day. That's unheard of. But the kicker was, I said, what time do you want to start work? 9 o'clock in the morning he wants to start work. So I said, well, I don't have anything for you. I don't know anybody that'll hire you, but I'll try to get my friend Mai. When I told Mai what he wanted, Mai just laughed. He didn't say anything. So we talked about when we're going to get together for dinner. He was in Manila anyway. So the bottom line is, Filipinos, the ones that do work hard. The ones that are not used to working, and like this is a fishing village, they don't have any concept of construction, but they want. One guy was a captain of a boat. He wanted 900 pesos a day, but an hour break for lunch and 2 15-minute breaks. So he really wanted like 1,000 pesos for an 8-hour day. So that would be 125 pesos per hour. And he never worked in construction in his life. But because he made that much on a boat, he wanted it in construction. When you people come to the Philippines and you think that you're going to control a group of people that are going to work for you, it ain't going to happen. It's just, I could if I wanted to, but I don't want to be aggravated. I don't feel like getting aggravated. I could theoretically put a crew together. Mai would be the contractor. He would get the insurance, workman's comp, so on and so forth. But after that, I would be in charge. But I don't want the aggravation. Because what happens is, I'm going to tell you what happens is, they work for you for 2 or 3 days. They believe that they're your friend. They come in an hour late, and you tell them you're going to deduct that money from their time, and they lose their mind. They had a problem. You have to pay for that too. It's different here. Even you made them write it down as an agreement. If I come late, I won't charge you money. Nope. Nope. Because the problem supersedes the written agreement. Supersedes. They wouldn't know what that means. But that's what it does. The problem supersedes the written agreement. The problem supersedes the written agreement. Okay, so what I need to do now, I actually did almost a day's work already with the jackhammer and everything. That's how much effort I put into it. But what I should do now is put a little bit of this material back in the hole. I'm going to put a little bit of the material back in the hole just to pull it off so I'm not stepping, I don't break my ankle when I'm walking over there. And then the water's going to drain out one way or the other. And then I'm going to do something easy, whatever that easy thing is. I don't know what yet. So I'm going to move the camera over to the house so I could plug the power in, because this battery should just about be ready to get to need a boost. A boost. Let's call it a boost. A battery boost. Whew. Yeah, that jackhammer. Dig in the rake in the sun. It beats the hell out of you. Beats you up. If you're not a real man, if you're a narrowback needs not apply. And to be honest, a lot of people in this community have never done a day's construction, yet they want to do construction and they want to get paid construction wages, but they've never done a day in construction in their life. But now that there's no work in the hospitality business or the boat business, they need a job, and they don't understand that they can't make it would be like if somebody wanted to be a boat captain and they didn't know how to be a boat captain, how could they get paid boat captain's wages? Well, the boat captain wanted construction wages even though he knew nothing about construction. How's that possible? Well, theoretically, it shouldn't be possible, but that's what they look for. All right, I'm going to fill in that hole. I'm going to get another bottle of water and the power. I'm going to get power for the camera. Yeah. The people that move to the Philippines and think that they're going to make agreements, verbal agreements or written agreements in the Philippines, don't mean much. Unless, of course, it's a legal agreement. But I mean, between two people, like myself and a laborer, it means nothing. Okay, I'm gonna sit here for a minute or so. I'm gonna have a bottle of water. I'm gonna have a bottle of water. I'm gonna plug in the power. Whew. Brutally hot out here today. Look it up online. It's probably, I don't know, it's probably 90 degrees. But in the sun, it's probably 110 to 120. For those of you who missed my morning excerpt on life in the Philippines, a guy, now this pertains to everybody. But this morning's lesson was, I was standing here by my door, and I hear guapo, which means handsome. I hear that. Once, twice, looking around. I can't tell where it's coming from. And I couldn't even tell whose voice it was. Now, for a while, when by my choice, if I do something for somebody, I expect something back in return. If it happens for 6 years, I expect a little reciprocity. You can bring this to anywhere you want in the world, and that would be what would be expected. If you give, and you give, and you give, and you give, and you never ask for anything back in return, and then 6 years later, after you give one specific man, let's just say $800 in free stuff over 6 years for the family, the man, and his children. One day I asked him to do me one favor. It would have taken him about 20 minutes. And he said, yeah. And he didn't do it. That went on for 7 days. On the 7th day, I said, are you going to do it? Yeah, I'm going to do it. Okay, but he didn't do it. So I did it myself. It wasn't something I couldn't do, but I wanted something back in return. And what I wanted back in return is something he asked me to give him. Wood. I put the wood in front of the house. Told him to take it away because it's not on my property. 7 days. A pile of wood that on the 7th day took me about 6 minutes to remove. So, but he had to move it a little further. It would have taken him 20 minutes. He asked me for the wood. I gave him the wood with the understanding you got to take it today. 7 days later, he didn't take the wood. So on the 7th day, I said, are you going to take? Yeah. And he didn't take the wood. So I moved the wood. I don't need this guy to move the wood. He asked me for the wood. I didn't offer the wood to him. He asked me for it. So the next day, I made another pile of wood. He goes, I'll take that wood now. I said, no, you won't. I gave it to somebody else. Oh, my God. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I gave the wood to his best friend. What's the big deal? You didn't want the other wood. I gave it to your friend. So he stopped talking to me, which was okay for me. I'm giving you stuff. You're not giving me stuff. Okay. That goes. What do you want? So, he lost his mind. I don't know if he was drinking or not. It could be that he was drinking. Anyway, this morning, yesterday I never seen him so drunk. So this morning, I hear, Guapo, you're a handsome man. I'm going, why is he talking to me like that? he wants something. Well, this box here that you're going to see. So since December, whenever I fill up that box with lumber or scrap wood that could be used for cooking, since December, that box only goes to my landlord. Either I bring it there or the goat herder that works for my landlord brings it there. No questions asked. It's his job. He knows it's his job. If I ask him to do it, he's very happy to do it, and he does it. But mostly I bring it myself. So I hear, guapo, handsome man, you're a guapo. So I go back in the house because I had the truth lady. I was going to call the truth lady today, and I did, and I spoke with her. And then I hear, Michael, you come outside. I just walked in the damn house. Well, apparently he was someplace he could see me, but I wasn't looking for him. He goes, you give me that wood. I said, no. No. Why? Because I give it to Nanite. You don't give it to me? I said, no, what is it, June, right? June 20th? I stopped giving on January 1st, let's say. That's 7 months ago I don't give wood to anybody. 7 months. But because he talked to me after 6 months, 7 months, now all of a sudden I'm guapo again because he wants the wood that he sees me bringing over to Nanai's house every day at the end of the day. It's a one-way street, and you're on that side of the sign. That's okay, though. It's okay. I mean, there's no hardship, but that's how he was going to maneuver. You're a guapo, you're a handsome man. After what, 7 months? Now all of a sudden I'm the best looking guy on the block? Because he wanted something. They don't have any finesse. Like finesse would be, Michael, let me help you for 1 hour and you give me the wood. Okay, that sounds good. But none of that. No, you give, and if I work for you, you give me money and I get the wood. It's an amazing thing. I love living in the Philippines, but to get used to the mentality of all province people. Forget men, women, children. I could give you a story about the children. The day I stopped giving candy, remember how the children used to come to the house and say, Michael, guapo, Michael, mine house. You don't hear that anymore. When I stopped, I told the parents next door in the Paroque, I'm not going to give any more candy. That day, 95% of all the people in the neighborhood stopped talking to me when I stopped giving candy to all of their children. As if I did something wrong. No, or as if you're not giving us anything. Well, we just won't talk to you, which is cool. Which is really cool. Don't talk to me. Don't ask me for anything. And like the people on my live stream, just sit back and watch the show. Don't worry about questions and answers and none of that shit. If you're hoping that I get hurt, maybe you'll get a good show. If you're hoping that you're going to learn something, you're definitely going to learn something. If you're a closet contractor, where you think you're a contractor but you really don't know anything about contracting, you can learn something here. But don't come. It's a one-way street living in the Philippines. Every foreigner will tell you this. Every Filipino will agree. You give because you are rich. It's not a secret to the Philippines people. You give. I told you the story in the bank. What that guy, I could get the guy fired, no problem, but I would never do that. The guard came up to me in the bank, the guy with the shotgun, while I was at the teller's booth. I had my passport open in my right hand, and I was sorting through my cards. I took the rubber bands off my cards. I was looking for my ACR card, my bank ATM card. And he walks up to me from behind really slow, and he looks down at my bank book, and he sees how much money's in my bank book, and he puts his hand on my back and takes a better look because he couldn't. And then he goes, "Can I help you? What do I need your help for? You're supposed to be by the door 40 feet away from here. What are you doing over here?" I said, No, I want to know if I don't need your help. When I'm walking out of the bank, 3 guards asked me, for each guard asked me for 10,000 pesos gift. For no reason. You give me 10,000 pesos. And each one asked me for 10,000 pesos. That's $200. Where in the world can you, who could do this? How could you understand it's, you give me, you have a lot of money, you give me, you have, work for it. Did any of those guards say, "I'll come and work for you for money on the weekend"? No. You give. They got benefits, medical, dental, health insurance. They work in an air-conditioned building, and they want $250 for free, for nothing, to do nothing, just because they know I have enough money to give it to them. It's an amazing place. And my break is up. I'm gonna put you back down over here. I'm gonna go get the chain and the rake. I'm gonna go get the chain and the rake and fill in the hole under the bucket, but with rock. I don't want to put dirt under there. I just want to put rock there. So I got to do it by hand. I want drainage under the bucket, so when it rains, there'll be a place for the water to go. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Gloves, come hither. Come hither. Right. Huh. 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 All right, so what I'm going to do next is I'm going to disappear for a few minutes. I have something to do over there in the back that I won't have a place to put the camera. So if you guys want to go get something cold to drink, the show will continue in about, say, 10 minutes from now. I would say 10 minutes from right at this very minute. I'll be back. The rocks are filled up in front of the bucket for drainage, and on the side of the bucket now, I got to do something on in the back, which I can't get the camera back there. Before I do that, I'm going to do this. It is hot. It is hot. I don't care about the wind. It is hot. Yeah. All right. All right. I think my day working in with rocks, bending over, jackhammers. By the time I put the jackhammer and the cords away, it'll be another. And put the chain back where it belongs. I think my construction day is done. The only thing I would think I might want to do is I might want to do is the roof, the green roof over there, up on top with the green canvases. Up there, there's 8 pieces of bamboo, 14 feet long, 10 feet long, and 12 2x2s. I might want to take that off the roof and prepare to remove the extension that's to the side of the container, to prepare that to be removed, but also to prepare to finish the roof on the top of the container. The next big job, now that I have that bucket and the machine freed up, the next big job will be to move the house 19 inches towards the ocean. Then that shed gets dismantled and I stack that wood. There are 2, 4, 6, 7 sheets of plywood, 6 sheets of plywood, and 200 feet of 2x2s will come off of that extension, and metal shelving, chrome plated steel commercial grade shelving. I wonder what's going on here. Oh my God. Oh man, is that true? That is true. Oh my God, we have experts. I didn't realize we had so many experts on construction sites. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I just found the chat. The chat was not showing up. Oh my God. Oh my God, what am I to do? All the experts are out for Father's Day. Vengeance on Father's Day. Let's see what we got here. Oh. All the experts. Oh my God. Oh my God. There are. Oh, I didn't realize that people were making comments. I didn't realize people were making comments. The chat did not show up. I'm sorry about that. Let me review this. Plus, I really, wow, all my friends are here. Holy macaroni. Oh God, there's an amazing amount of friends here today. Thank you for stopping by. Sean the sheep. We need to really, we need to shit can that guy. Came on yesterday, asked three questions. 2 of them were totally worthless. Oh my God. We need to shit can that guy permanently. He is just here to take up people's valuable life energy. So let's, let me get, we need to shit can that guy right now. We get, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Sean the sheep. We need to, you put him on timeout. Hi, hit him on my channel. Seatbelt if you don't have a writing implement. Yeah, let's see where. subtle is lost on your audio. Ah, Simulacron, thank you. Yeah, Sean the Sheep, we won't be hearing from him anymore. You, sir, are the orator. I am a mere thrall exceeding my station by commenting. I didn't see the comments. I don't know. Narrowbacks need not apply, that's true. Let's see what else we got here. No tender men, says Scott Del Fuego, and Jack Thompson agrees. Oh my God, I don't know who's still here. I'm going to just spend the next... The comments were not showing up. I thought everybody was just, not commenting. But thank you for stopping by. I'm off to my bowling room. Yesterday Jack was taking parachuting lessons, I think. Something like that. I'm sorry in advance, Michael. Perhaps not so. Oh, let's see. Oh, yeah, that Cobb lost. He was definitely... he's definitely... He's trolling for sure. He's trolling for sure. Haven't anyone noticed that folks in the side chat on this channel actually interact with one another? No, they're only here so that they can post their words. That helps the chat. Isn't one weirdo with 40 fake accounts? Let's see. This is a test, says Scott LaFuega. This is only a test. Had this been an actual emergency, you would have been advised to contact your local civil defense authorities. Yeah, at the end of this chat, my God, a couple of people lost their mind. They lost their minds. Michael Fazu is virtually a working machine, says Scott Del Fuego. He cannot be forced to stop. Setbacks only delay the inevitable. But the Alpha Male Hotel will soon stand on this site. That's true. That's true. That's very true. But at the end, boy, there are some tender men at the end of this chat, boy. I'm probably not supposed to say this, but Michael is harvesting used cans with his track hoe. I have a pile of aluminum worth 6 cents a ton on the side of I'm $12 an hour for fuel, but 6 cents a ton for the aluminum cans I gather, Jack. It's a score. I'm probably not supposed to say this, but Michael is harvesting aluminum cans with his tracker. Simulacron, there is nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling the transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. Very nice. Simulacron, I am hours away probably from sending you an email. I have something I wanted to discuss with you. Simulacron is mimicking the Twilight Zone, one of the best shows ever, and the introduction. Thank you for that. We control the image, we can make it flutter, we can change the focus to a soft blur or sharpen it to crystal clarity. That's the new Twilight Zone motto. Thank you. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. Wow, I am compared to the Twilight Zone from Simulacron. Thank you for that. I feel honored. Let me see if I can get this camera down a little bit. That's a little better. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to the outer limits. Wow, that is pretty cool that you recorded all of that. I guess it's somewhere, but it is a great commentary because I am in a different world when I'm outside playing with the machine. The hum, the roar, the lull of the diesel engine just puts me in another, and between the lull of the diesel engine and the smell of kerosene, I am just like in my element. I love the smell of diesel fuel burning from a machine, and I love this. The motors in my dad's tugboat, sometimes they were 5,000 horsepower engines. Now, when I decked for him, and it wasn't much that I decked for him, but when he needed a deckhand, the Dock Builders Union would give me to the International Union of Operating Engineers as a deckhand, because we can do that. They have some sort of reciprocity, but being that it was my dad, we could do that. And he was friends with the president of the union. So in the wintertime, oh God, man, it would get freaking cold. But when we were on a tow, and we were pulling 130-foot tugboat, we were pulling 3,000-ton car float with trains and stuff on it. I'd go downstairs and lay down next to a 5,000 horsepower diesel engine and fall asleep in 10 seconds. Boy, all my friends have come and gone. I only see 6 people here in the chat. Betas can book a room at special, highly inflated rate. We don't want beta meals at the hotel. There'll be a disclaimer. For an additional fee, Mr. Michael Fazio will assist work hardening program to reduce the simpness. Rod Sterling hosted. Twilight Zone Your Thinking. Outer Limits was a little darker, in my opinion. It was. Outer Limits was different than the Twilight Zone. That monster with the drooly face in the Outer Limits, that scared the shit out of me. Boy, this guy Pablos, he's an amazing man. He doesn't stop. Diesel purring like a Philippines kitten, says Scott. A hotel built by only the knowledge and alpha workers. No beta energy was expended during the construction of this hotel. I gotta tell you, boy, it was brutal out there this morning, Scott. I don't know at what point, if you're still here, but happy Father's Day, says Thomas Grube. To all dads out there, and if you can't drive a manual, happy Mother's Day. I learned to drive on a stick, actually. I learned to drive on a 3-speed stick on the steering wheel on a 1963 Chevy. Technically, my manual sports car has all the electronics pulled right now, so it's a Mother's Day for me. Well, let's see, we got a Buho Bolihano. Even Michael Fazio was right about give and take. Any contractor should know that getting on with the locals will aid progress, and there is not much progress on this site. And I think that's a left-handed compliment. I don't want anybody working for me. I choose not to work with the locals. I don't want to work with the locals. The locals have a tendency to take advantage of you to the point where you're going to have to lay them off because they just want to run all over you. You have a guy with no education at all in school, no formal construction education, and they want to do it their way. I choose not to work with the locals for that reason. So if you are, if that was a left-handed compliment, I suggest you stop right now and go someplace else, because you don't know. You might be a local. You might be a Filipino. You might be one of those people that believe I am here to give you my life savings, and you're not going to give me a day's work. That you might be one of those people. We'll find out. Well, he's got more comments. Let's see if he comes around to rational thinking. Bahol Bolihano spent many months in the Phils, and Michael Fazio was right about the mentality of the locals. Texas Filipina Beach House X channel, same problem. Okay. So my apologies to Bahol Bolihano. I have the money to progress fast, but I would have to put a right crew together. And I want to do this myself for a while. I'm enjoying myself, okay? BGC Construction. This site needs to be reviewed by our department. Non-conformance and safety issues will be addressed. Well, I'm going to leave that comment right there. And I'm going to leave that comment up right there, and we'll see what happens about that. My site has a 5-foot fence in the back that you can't pass through, and in the front, I don't need a fence. I don't know where you people come up with this crap. This is not America. And if they wanted me to put a 6-foot fence in, they would have told me to put a 6-foot fence in. But they don't have 6-foot fences in front of any projects in this area of the Philippines. So BGG, whatever your name is, you call up the local inspector and you have them come and see me, okay? What a piece of garbage. BGC Construction Management. Let's see if we can find that on my if you're not a real blogger, I mean, I'm going to shit can you and a comment. But if you're a real blogger, I will leave your comment out. Tell you what. So you're welcome to call up the building department. It's probably that gay guy that moved to Hawaii. I would think that's who it is, but or one of his friends. Let's see. Let's go to my channel. There's a gay guy that moved to Hawaii, and he comes on under different names. So let's post that there. Let's see, BGC. Oh wow, he's got a site. Download and customer case study, drawing man, field productivity. Let's see where he's located. Visit site. Wow, this guy's he's a real safety guy. Whoa, my God. Construction management, project management. Let's visit the site. Let's see what he has to say. Now, you know nothing about working in the Philippines, though, so don't worry about it. Just report me. Michael Fazio, Fazio. Bitch boy. Let's see. Oh, he's got a real professional site. 1 page. No work. Not a single picture of any work he's ever done. Let's see. I don't know where the hell that came from, that site. Yeah, he's got a 1-page thing. He wants you to send the information to him. This is a scam. Definitely a scam. There's nothing there. Digitize your site he's a software engineer. Okay. He knows everything by the book. Go away, BGC. Go away. Go cry someplace else. Download an ebook, customer case studies, drawing field productivity. Let's see who's visiting me. Get insights to build better. Watch the demo. Protect your labor budget and schedule with the city. Oh, this is one of those. He's a salesperson. Go away, BGC Construction. We've had enough of your nonsense. Okay, I'll leave the comments up there because he was born. He's a safety issue guy. I'm working by myself, dude. What do you want me to do? You want me to spend days putting up fences and to open and close? Go back and hang on to your mother's skirt. Jolly B. Ashkel says it's just the Filipino culture. It's their way. They don't want to give back what you give to them. It's nothing personal. It's just the children are brought up the same way. When I stopped giving out candy, the children stopped saying hello, which is okay. It's fine that they stop saying hello. If you're not giving them something, they just go about their own business. They're not mad or anything like that. Occasionally they'll ask you for something and you just say no more pasalubong. No more. No more 6.5 years of free shit just going out one way and nothing coming back. That's enough. There's no more. They're not mad at me. There's nothing to talk about anymore. They don't have to worry about standing there with their hand out, and I don't have to worry about spending, on average, 40,000 pesos a year on free shit. That's 40,000. I'm building a hotel now. I don't need to be throwing 40,000 pesos out the window for somebody that for a little bit here, a little bit there. But nobody. I'll tell you. I'll go through it again. There are people on this block who own a motorcycle. I've given their family holiday after holiday after holiday, free stuff. Spaghetti, sauce, rum, cigarettes. When they go down the block on their motorcycle, they don't give me a free ride to the little town that's like 2 miles away. They don't go down the block in a tricycle and offer me a free ride. They say, Michael, you want a ride? I say, how much? They want more money from me. More. They want 30 pesos for what you'd get 15 in the city. They want twice the price from me because they know I have money. It's guaranteed I have more money. More money, many money. They don't give anything back. Just the way it is here. Get used to it. And Jolly B. Ashkel is saying the same thing. It's the way it is in Hawaii also. Narrowback closet dweller, construction management. That's what that JBG guy is. He's welcome to report me. He's welcome to report. All of you are welcome to report me. Report me to the Panglao Municipality Engineer's Office. Call up, get the information, get the phone number, call up and say, Michael's working on his property. Michael Fazio. Go ahead and do it. They're not going to bother me. I have a permit. I've already talked to them about this. I'm not doing anything wrong, but if you feel the necessary to play bitch boy, go play bitch boy. And when you're done, nothing's going to happen. You're going to see me working next week. Nothing's going to change. Go ahead and be bitch boy. I don't care. Jolly B. Ashkel says, they don't listen either when I specifically tell them what I want. It this way, they do something. They do. This is so true. You have no idea. You have no idea what it's like to give a direct request or instruction to a Filipino. They will choose sometimes on purpose to do something completely different, or they will have heard it incorrectly and do something completely different. And if you get the slightest bit upset, they want to quit. Why should I bother? I work. Do you know what it would have been like to try to grab somebody local around here that doesn't know how to? You think I'm kidding. You think I'm kidding. They don't even know how to hook a chain on a load. There's a way to hook a chain. They don't know where to put their hands when they have a load or the possibility of a load slipping. They couldn't even hook a load up to the stick with a chain. 80% of the time, they would get it wrong. Then I'd have to get off the machine and show them how to do it. And then I would realize this guy is going to get hurt, so I'll just do it myself. Call up the building department. Don't hesitate. Monday morning is coming. Panglau Municipality Engineer's Office, Michael Fazio, is working on his construction site. Do it! Do it! Rat bastards, but it's okay, because that is a legal thing. It's fine with me. The inspector's going to come. We're going to sit here and talk for a few minutes. He's going to go away. Nothing's going to happen to me. But that's cool. That's a legal thing. I think if you're doing something illegal, somebody should report you. I've done it, but I put my name on the report. And if that guy puts his name on the report, more power to him. Nothing is going to come of it. But I'm going to leave the comment on the page so other people can feel free to connect with him, and you can both say, well, wait, let's call up on... Go ahead. Go ahead. I want you to call up. I don't give a crap what you do. They know what I'm doing here. Ah, it was a joke. Okay, salamat. Ah, he was joking. I didn't get the joke. Thanks. BGC Construction Management. Thank you. I actually think I know you, dude. I actually think I made a video of you working at the wet market in Poblacion. I think I have a video of you. I'm sorry. Me and you laughed for half an hour. Now I remember you. I am working on the jet ski. I am working on the jet ski. Believe me, I needed to get... Okay, so... the bucket weighs 1,000 pounds and the jet ski weighs 900 pounds. So you're a contractor. The stick won't take... it'll pick it up, but I have bleed. My boom pistons are bleeding out. I've taken them apart, and I've brought the seals to a place that they can't find the seals, and I had to put the old seals back in, and I gave up. I have to order a kit from America, and now with the lockdown, that's pretty much impossible. So with 1,800 pounds on the boom and the stick, it's going to bleed out too fast. And if I picked up the jet ski with the bucket on the hook, it would crush the jet ski, the bucket. Now, without the weight of the bucket, I should be able to pick the jet ski up, no problem, and lower it down to the ground, fix the tires, and move it over to the other container. To explain to you why I haven't done that. But so I had to take the bucket off, and I had to get rid of the bucket. It's in the way. I'll probably throw the cement mixer up on the other container as well, just to get it out off the ground. So that I could fly up easy enough, but they're both. I'm going to need. I'll get one of my buddies to come over and just put the hook on and take the hook off. But I need somebody on top of the container to take the hook off the strapping. So okay, so I think I know you though, dude. Just get the jet ski move for F. All right, so yes, I need another person to hook it on. Exactly. See, you are a contractor. Okay, and that's why I left your comment up, because your comment is reasonable, except for the the construction fences. They don't require that on my site. What I have there is fine for them. But if I needed more security, I could put it up in a matter of hours. Yeah, I need. Agent Derek needs it to fly. You know that. That's right. Take care. Ancient Derek. Ancient Derek. Okay, buddy. Thank you for stopping by. And you're welcome to stop by anytime. I actually think I know who you are, but thank you. And feel free to give advice. But it wouldn't be ratting somebody out to do what you wanted to do. It wouldn't be something that I would be upset about because I have permits and plans. So you would just be wanting to do everything by the book. So I'll give you 2 thumbs up, and thank you for sharing part of your Father's Day with me. I'm being permy. Okay, so that worked out well. When somebody is right about rules and regs, you can't be upset about that. I've done. When I call up, I make sure that they're going to go check out something, whether it's in Hawaii or in America or here. I would just walk into the office and say, I'm making a report. I want this job inspected. But I've never done that here in the Philippines. But in America, I had to have $1 million policy for my ocean cranes and barges. I had to have $1 million. It cost me $17,000 a year. You think I want some clown rolling up next to me with a stiff leg doing work? No. Go get your insurance like I did. So it's simple. Okay, so I actually have to go outside. I added fuel conditioner to the fuel, and that's why I'm letting it run, because the machine sat for a long time. I went out last night and got some fresh diesel fuel and fuel conditioner I had, so that's why I'm just letting it run through the system. Okay, so I'm ready to go back outside and have at it. Well, that was funny, because most people would get upset. I mean, I can't stop somebody from making a phone call, but it would be to no avail. There's nothing wrong with my job. I mean, and if they required a higher fencing,
I can that guy right now.
If they did require a higher fence, what does that take to put up? A half a day? It's not real complicated here. They don't. If you go down the block, okay. Let me just try to. This man, BGC, he would concur and confirm this. Right now, there's 1,000+ construction jobs going on in Panglao with no permits and no plans. 20% of them are along the side of the road with no permits and no plans, no fences, and they're working in flip-flops with no hard hats or anything. It's nice here. Everybody just does their own little thing, and nobody gets excited, nobody gets called. I've never called up on anybody ever here in the Philippines because I don't care. Nobody bothers me here. Nobody on the block. Nobody that I don't give pasalubong to anymore. Nobody bothers me here. That's why I like living here. In America, you have workman's compensation. You have your bond for your contractor's license. You might need $1 million worth of insurance for 3 months. You have to have your county and your state license stamps every year. Every stamp. Your truck has to be insured. Your truck has to be stamped. Your trailers have to be stamped. If you have one flat on your trailer and you're coming home and a trooper pulls you over, you get a ticket for an improper vehicle work. And then you have to stop and get that tire fixed. You have to call a tow truck. They come and they charge you $300 to fix a flat. It's crazy. Here's a nice thing working here. All right, so I'm going to go back outside, go to work. Okay, I'm going outside. I'm going to plug the camera back in. Let's see if we get any more comments. Ancient Derek. What a trip that guy was. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the laugh. Okay, I gotta go out. I gotta get. Whoa. Oof. Oh, you know what I should do? I should get some more pineapple. That's what I should do. I'll put this here. I'm gonna reestablish where I want to put that stick. In a minute, I'm going to change the position of the stick, and definitely I'm going to put it on a piece of wood so it's not sitting in mud. I feel good. I feel relaxed. That laugh did me good. That guy got me. He definitely got my goat there. And but in one respect, the guy's right about safety. You really can't complain about somebody that wants a job to be more safe. Okay. I'm going to go get some dunnage, some real garbage dunnage, and put it underneath. You know what I could do? I could put the stick on the bucket. That'll push that end of the bucket down, and I'll be able to slide it underneath the container even further. It won't push it down today though, but over a period of a week or so it will. Ah. 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 Ugh. Ugh. I got a little rake work to do, and that's it for that for today. For that job, anyway. A little bit of manual labor coming up. I'll put the jackhammer away. A little bit more manual labor. The narrowbacks, please. Close one eye. I need to get a pair of gloves. Otherwise, I'm going to end up with a blister on my. I already have the workings of a good-sized blister already because my hands are a little bit tender for this type of work. I haven't done this kind of work in a while. I guess you could say I'm a tender man sometimes. Oh, I know what I could do. When I'm done with that wood, I'll get the plywood. I'll get the 3 sheets of plywood ready to go up on the roof. That's what I could do. I have 3 sheets of plywood that have to go up on the roof to finish the container, and I could set those up vertical so I could pick them up later. Oh, don't need those. Ah. 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 Whoop. Ah. Yeah. Ah. 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 Oh. Huh. Oh boy. Huh. I don't like that at all. I got a weed stalk that's about 4 inches high and a ½ inch thick. That'll trip you. Alright. That'll monkey you up really good, really fast. Alright, so that's got to get out of there. Got to get an axe. Holy shit, it's hot. Holy shit. Hot. Hot, hot, hot. Oh. 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 Huh. 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 That little root sticking up out of the ground, 4 inches to 2 inches out of the ground, and it catches the front of your foot, especially when you're not balanced properly like me. I'm not ergonomically balanced, I'll tell you that right now. That will make you fall down. That'll make you wish you pulled it out. All right, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break and check the comments. I'll check the comments for some more comedy from BGC. That was pretty funny, actually. I just had 6 pieces of pineapple. I should be good until Tuesday, but I'm not. I'm pretty much exhausted. Tender men get blisters. Real men turn blisters into calluses. Well, I was using the rake and I got a blister right here on my thumb, that's from something from the other day, the one on the top, but the one on the bottom was a skin blister. And it actually can't do anything about it. My calluses, the calluses are starting to build up in here, but on the back of the hand where the rake was sliding in and out, it was making a blister, my friend. I haven't done any work really in a very long time. Sabian, go home. Go home, boy. Go see Mama. Go see Dada. Go home. Good boy, go home. Go home. The dog is waiting for me to throw him food. Well, not me, but he's waiting for the people next door to throw food out. And when they see a dog, a stray dog, well, that's not a stray dog, but they throw food out. And they're feeding the stray dogs, in other words. Okay, so that's done. And the next thing I'm going to do is set this camera up right behind me. And I'm going to take the 3 sheets of plywood over there and I'm going to turn them vertical. I'm going to make them go vertical so that I can grab them from the roof. I could do that. And I got a good vantage point for you to see it from as well. Yeah, those sheets got to go up on the roof. That plywood actually, the yellow plywood, actually goes on the floor where the jet ski is now. So I'm going to turn those vertically upwards. That's something easy. They don't weigh so much, maybe only 50 pounds. And it's something I could do now. I'm not going to pick them up on the roof. I'm going to prepare to put them on the roof, though. It's all got to get done. And if I was working with somebody else, I could probably snatch them and pick them up with the machine, but that's not going to happen, is it? No, it's definitely not going to happen. Absolutely. 100%. Not going to happen. All right, well, being that it ain't going to happen, I better get with it. Where are my gloves? Where are my tender man gloves, Jack? What did I do with them? Oh, here they are. Jack. Alrighty, now oh boy. Oh. I'll be with you guys in a minute. I got a little bit of laundry floor rugs. I gotta put some bleach and some clean water in one of these buckets so I can wash the floor rugs. They're dirty. I'll be with you in a minute. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh. Ah. Ah. Another 60 seconds. And I'll be back at work. Another 45 seconds. I'm coming. I'm coming. Coming, Sapphire. Oh. Alright. I don't need the glasses for this. I do need a ladder to get up and down there. And I have one handy. Okay. Okay. So, let me clear the crap off of here first. Alright. That's some crap. Not all of it. Some crap. And here's a ladder. Alright. I got a horse ladder. Horse ladder. Oh. That pineapple is fizzling out. I thought it would be good till Tuesday, not 2 o'clock. that worked out well. Okay. I will go up on top of that now. So, yeah, I will. I will. I'm gonna put the extension cord away because I don't need it anymore. I want the big green cord for the jackhammer, and then I don't need to trip on it. I don't need to put anything on it. I need to put it away. Put it away. And the green cord is away. The headgear is away. We're done with that. The floor towels are soaking in strong bleach and soap solution. And we are ready to go up on top of that piece of plywood there and turn at least one sheet up, probably two. And then I think my day is going to end when I get the second sheet flipped up. That's what I believe. I am, again, tired. What I really need to do, what I do once a month. Once a month I wake up and I don't drink a cup of coffee. I only have 1 cup a day. It's very strong. It might be two cups or even possibly the equivalent of 3 cups, but that's at 7 o'clock in the morning. But once a month, I wake up at my 6:30, 7 o'clock. I don't drink coffee. At 7 o'clock, I have a breakfast. I still don't drink coffee. Then I go back to sleep until whenever. Then I wake up. I don't do anything at all. Just on the computer or make an extension cord, something light duty. Then I take a nap at 3 o'clock in the afternoon till 5:30. Then at 8 I wake up, and then at 8 o'clock I go back to sleep till the next morning. And that is my first day off. My second day off, same routine. I don't do nothing at all. I don't get so much sleep, but I don't do anything. So 2 days I sleep and don't do anything, and then I can go another 20, 25 days like this. Oh. Ah. 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 This is a 3/4. Ah. Yeah. Ah. 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 Oh yeah, I'm definitely done now. Mm. All right, I'm done working for the day. I'm gonna fill up my bath bucket, put the jackhammer away, and I'm done. It's gotta be close to about 2:30, quarter to 3 anyway. It'll take me an hour to clean up. That's it. Done. I just pull this over so the wind can't blow these down. Done. Huh. 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 Put the hammer, jackhammer away so I don't forget that. Uh, 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 okay. Now it's time to talk to my friends. Time to talk to my friends. Now, Jack, did you see me? Jack? Jack? Why the hell aren't you sleeping, Jack? Why the hell aren't you sleeping? Yeah, I'm gonna sit on my steps over there. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not doing another stitch of work. I'm not gonna get a second wind. I don't give a shit how much pineapple I eat. It ain't gonna. It's at some point, pineapple is point of no return. Whew. Oh God, feels good to stop working for the day, knowing that you got something done. Huh. Huh. You got a lot of stuff done, except one thing, dum dum. You didn't put the rake away. Oh. Well, I don't need to put it away now. I could do that later. Huh. 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 Jack, are you still with us? I have a question to ask you. I could ask you here. I don't have to ask you on the phone. If you're still with us, let me know, Jack. Okay. Just a bit. I'll ask you a question. I'll see how observant you are when you came into the program today and what you saw. See if you saw the most important part of the day. Okay. Jack, did you see when I grabbed the jackhammer for about 10 or 12 minutes with one hand on the jackhammer, and that's got to be either it's a 40-pound jackhammer with a 10-pound bit or a 50-pound jackhammer with a 10-pound bit, where I grabbed it with one hand and I had one hand on the blue container up over my shoulder, the left hand, and I jackhammered for 10 minutes with one hand, breaking up the dirt. Did you see that? That was a real man thing. Somebody should cut that out and put it in the real man files. I don't know what part of the video that was, but I was even impressed myself because a couple of months ago I couldn't do that. So that's what I did. And so that jackhammer, it could be a 40-pound jackhammer, but the bit is 10 pounds. So 50 pounds up, push it in the dirt, break the dirt down, push it forward, pull it out, and then 50 pounds. I think I did that for a good solid 10 minutes. It's a real man thing. Tendermen, that must have hurt their brain. It must have hurt their brain. It's probably, we have, the Tenderman is probably out there going, he's got wires like the astronauts on the moon. They got wires. Somehow Fazio got wires to the container, spring-loaded wires that you can't see. That would be what most people would believe. Oh, man, am I tired. Oh, damn, I got 2 more things to do. Three. I got to go turn the water on. I have no water. I have enough water to take a bath, but then I wouldn't have any water for tomorrow if I wanted water. Washing water. I got to go turn the water on. I got to lock up the machine. Okay. All in all, it was a good day. I got the bucket underneath the container, exactly where it will work out perfect and exactly where I wanted it, which surprised me that it only took an hour and a half to do it by myself. That surprised the hell out of me. And then on top of that, I put fuel conditioner in the machine. The machine is running purring like a kitten, but I haven't put fuel conditioner in the machine in a while. I put fuel in the machine, checked for leaks. That always has been on this machine a bad main bearing seal, which would mean I'd have to pull the radiator, the fan, the water pump, and I'd have to have the seal, because I couldn't take a chance on ordering a seal here and it being the right seal, because I've tried to get parts for this unit for a couple of years. Sometimes it took 5 months to get a $20 part. Without that part, the machine wouldn't run. 5 months. And the part was this way, right over where my finger's pointing. 32 miles that way, 32 miles. 5 months to get the part. And they knew the part was there. Or they said they had the part. And I gave the store the money for the part. And they said the part will be here in a week, and that was 5 months ago. It's an amazing thing. So I put the old part in. I could run it with the old part, but it wouldn't be a good thing. Cease and desist. I'll ask you to kindly cease and desist from all references. You, jackhammer, going forward. You are in notice. Man, hop on. Wow. I should have got a picture of that. Amazing. I don't like to criticize people, but you know, when people have like an office job and they're really, 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 really thin, they have no muscle tone at all. It wasn't anorexic, just a person with zero muscle tone, zero meat on their bones. And I don't know what you could do to get, and thin. I don't know what you could do to not have any muscle. There was no muscle tone at all on the arms. They were picking up a suitcase. Nothing at all. Zero. I could never understand that. How could you be a 6-foot man with arms that weren't really as big as my wrists? I mean, I don't know. It was the food thing, genetic thing. Kind of feel bad. I mean, the guy could barely pick up his own suitcase. I'm not making fun of him, but he could be. It reminded me of a narrowback, but not Irish though. No offense, Jack. Jack's not Irish, by the way. Jack is Scottish. So he says. So now that I have the bucket, why did I do that? Now that I see, I'll show it to you another day. There's a framework to the right of the bucket, just under where it says CL to the right. It's a 3x10 going underneath the container, and then a 3x10 going down to a mud sill, and then a 3x10 going back to the building, to the length of the container, but not just one mud sill going back to the container. There's also a mud sill that goes along the whole length of the container, 18 of the 20 feet, 16 of the 20 feet. And that mud sill that goes along the container this way has the mud sill strap going to the building, so that a single mud sill, 3x10, would have sunk down into the dirt, because underneath here is where I dug out the septic tank and the water tank. So I put a mud sill this way and a mud sill that way. So it displaced the weight perfectly. I mean, but it's been in the ground 2 years. Now, tomorrow I'll probably take the blower and blow it off, the blower and the scraper, and see what kind of, if any, rot there is, because this is coconut lumber. So it should be able to stay in the ground for 2 or 3 years and still maintain integrity. But I wanted to put the bucket under there in case it didn't maintain integrity. I don't want the container flipping down towards me and rolling onto the machine, number one. And if I put the jet ski up on top of there, I'm going to add 1,000 pounds of weight. So the bucket is not going to collapse. I don't care if the wood just totally snapped. If you took the wood out of there right now, the bucket is going to hold up the weight of the container long enough for me to jack it up and do something different. But so I think the integrity of the mud sill is okay, but I got to dig it out with a shovel, and I'm not to that energy level today. I'm done today. I'm done. I'm actually done. If I did that, I'm just going to get ready to fall down and not want to do anything tomorrow. But I got that done. And before I even came out here today, I did a few things in the shop that needed to get done. And I'm sorry that I didn't see the comments. I'm going, why is nobody commenting? And I didn't see the comments. Just didn't get to see the comments. Anyway, Jack Hammer. Yeah, you should look. You know, there used to be a couple of people that would watch my videos and make cuts of them, you know, like of the Obama videos and the DOD and the Bilderberger, stuff like that. But these long live stream videos, I don't think anybody's doing that. Not with the video itself in there. That man, I would be embarrassed to put him on camera and say anything, but I could talk about it without. I mean, he may very well be a nice guy. He's been here for a couple of times. I've seen him. But I don't know how anybody could be so thin. I mean, you know, it just doesn't look to me normal, you know, for what. It's not normal compared to the way regular Filipinos look even. It was just kind of looked like a narrowback, but on, you know, on a diet. A narrowback on a diet. That's what it kind of looked like. You know those narrowbacks there. They look a little bit like narrowbacks. They look a little bit anorexic, and they look a little bit like pelicans. You know, the legs are white and very thin, skin bones and pelican bones and pelican legs. They look a little bit like that. Okay. So maybe I'll let you guys look at the ocean. I have 1, 2, 3 things to do, and I'm going to go turn on the water, so I'll have bath water in about an hour. And then there are 3 other things that I have to put away when I get back. So I'm going to let you guys look at the ocean. I'm going to say thank you, everybody that stopped by today in case you don't stick around. Everybody knows what the ocean looks like. And eventually, where that bucket is, will actually be, it'll be the top of a septic tank. A few feet back from the bucket, I have a 220 volt, high pressure, high volume water pump. It's a sump pump for a sewage treatment plant pump. So it pumps, it's 220 volts, it weighs about 60 pounds. I think this is the one I took, it weighs about 50 or 60 pounds. It's in a stainless steel can. And if I remember correctly, it pumps 3,000 gallons per hour. It was either 3,000 or 2,400 gallons per hour. So basically, it would fill up that entire cargo container in about 2 hours. But that goes behind the bucket. It's an $800 pump. And that pump is going to be the pump that pumps up underneath the bucket. Yeah. Underneath the bucket is a septic tank. To the outside of the fence, there's a trench dug 8 feet from the fence out that way, and 18 feet towards me, and 8 feet deep. That's the water tank. So the sump pump will go into the water tank, and it'll be able to pump water from the ground 8 feet down up to the top of that building there. It's a shared water tank. And that tank will hold 3,000 gallons of rainwater. I think I made that enough for 3,000 gallons of rainwater on the outside of the fence. And then this septic tank is going to come this way. And where my feet are here, there's going to be a pipe that's going to come around here, around the outside, and go that way into the street. And that's going to be a drain field out there in the public parking under 2 feet of hard pack. And that'll be where the drain field pipe is. Also, there's going to be a pipe that comes this way, and it's going to be a drain field this way as well, to the right. And then I'll have one or two arms off this drain field, and the same thing in the parking lot. And then that will be a leach. That will leach out enough water so that the tank never has to be cleaned. And the tank will never have to be pumped. So that's not the last thing that's going to get done, but that I'm just talking now to let you guys know what's going to happen. Now, that I would say that tank's about 1.5 years away. That would be the kind of thing I could give a local. Hey, Sabian, I could dig out the hole and let a couple of locals do the block work. That would be something I would let them do, but I don't want locals working on the first or second floor without the proper insurance. And there's a couple of local guys that build tanks. They have insurance, I guess. They do it for other places. They'd have to have insurance to work for me. That's another problem here in the Philippines. I asked a guy, the guy who asked me for a job the other day that never worked in construction, I said to him, do you have an NBI clearance? Because you're going to need that to work for my friend mine. I have police clearance. I never knew there was a police clearance. I never knew there was one. I only knew there was an NBI clearance. And he was a bartender, so I doubt very much he has that clearance, the NBI. Well, he doesn't have an NBI clearance, so in order for him to work for me or he needs to have an NBI clearance. I mean, the guy's 40 years old. He's been working in every major hotel. Maybe he's mistaken a police clearance for an NBI clearance. I don't know. You would think he would know what he had. He has to apply for a job. He has to give his paperwork. But that's how it is here. A 40-year-old man didn't know what kind of clearance he had to work. Anyway, I didn't want him, and I don't want him. I'm not going to. Jack and I talked about this on the phone the other day. I refuse to hire somebody that hasn't been in construction for 20 years. At least somebody like that, you could maybe tell him what you want. But if I got to train a 40-year-old man that's never been in construction, I'm not interested in that. I asked a few young people, 16, 17, 18-year-olds that I've known for 7 years. They want no part of construction. They don't want to do anything. I even asked the guy just to take the grass. See that grass over there? Just to take the grass, a young boy, a 17, just to cut that grass in front of the gate, in front of the wire gate, and the grass that was behind here, because I knew I was going to work here. Just cut the grass, and I'll give you 50 pesos an hour. And he went, no, thank you. So here's a kid that has no job and no money at all. I mean, nothing. So going to the beach to grab a coconut so he'll have food for today and maybe for his family. And he didn't want to make 50 pesos an hour to cut grass. What more should I do? I mean, I'm pretty sure they just expect me to give them money. And I've heard that story too. The other day, the man who I didn't talk to for a very long time because he didn't take the wood, he decided that he wasn't going to look at the floor when I walked by. Every time I walked by, he looked at the floor like so he didn't have to say hello to me. And that's okay. I gave him $800 in free shit in the last 6 years. So he was drunk. 2 days, yesterday he couldn't even say my name. I don't have anything to do with people that are that drunk. I have nothing to do with them at all. Nothing. I don't even stop to talk to them. And everybody was laughing at him because that's how drunk he was. His Filipinos were laughing at him. But 2 days ago he was drunk. I don't know where he gets the money from to get drunk, but he was. 2 days ago, after deciding to say hello to me last week, 2 days ago, Michael, hello, guapo. And then as I walked past him to go turn on the water, kaun, Michael, kaun, which means you give me food. So because he did something to disrespect me completely, and he didn't talk to me because I said to him, no more free shit, he disrespected me outright. No more free shit. He got mad at me for 8 months, 7 months we didn't talk. He finally says hello. I say hello back, and the next conversation is he's wanting me to give him food. There is no more pasalubong. It ain't gonna happen. I gave out. I'm building a hotel. You would think that they would offer to come to work for me for they won't, 3 or 4 hours, a half a day. Let me work for you. You have given us much. Ain't gonna happen. Every foreigner will agree on that. I even went around and specifically asked foreigners that question. They never work for anybody for free, no matter what even if you, they don't care. They won't work unless you pay them. No matter what you've ever done for them. I'm the only person on the block that's ever given anybody on the block a peso in foods for Christmas and the fiesta. There's not another person on this block, foreigner. And I gave out 200,000 pesos worth of free stuff in the last 6.5 years. And they won't do anything for me for free. Because they have this rule inside their head. You have too much money, and we will take money from you, but we will not give you our labor or friendship, yeah, but not our labor. I could ask this foreigner that just pulled up. He'd say the same thing, but I'm not going to embarrass him to do that. Yeah, there goes the boys. Oh shit, I didn't show. There goes the boys that I asked to. Hello, Wayne.
Hi,
Good afternoon.
how are you?
Very well, thank you.
That's good.
Things. I got the bucket underneath the container. I'm getting ready to move the house.
Why is the bucket under the container?
Well, because I need to put the jet ski up on top of the cargo container, and with the bucket on there, I don't have the reach because that's up 34 inches off the ground.
Okay. Yeah.
Unless me and you and Ted jump up, we put it on the pulley upstairs and pick the jet ski up on the pulley.
You think that's strong enough?
Oh yeah, the jet ski only weighs 1,200 pounds.
So you're saying now the bucket's off? You're saying if you connected the jet ski to the bucket, that's to the end of that now.
Yeah.
That would be a
Yeah, it should give me the reach, but if you and me and Ted went up on the roof, maybe we could get a rope and pull it.
I'm glad you're joking.
Hey, Ted. All right, I'll see you later. Pull it up, pull the jet ski up with a wagon wheel. He's going. Because he knows me. He knows me. He kind of thought it was a joke, but he knows I do some odd stuff in the construction, and he's going. Well, what about pulling it up with the machine? Yeah, that'll work too. Yeah, that'll work. That works too. Yeah. All right, so let me check out the. I've had, you know what? I've had some really good luck with the audiences. Most of the people have got rid of a lot of trolls this week. All of us, we got rid of a lot of trolls. And I think that some of the trolls are coming around to understand that they're going to get blocked unless they say something intelligent. They're welcome to say intelligent stuff. But, you know, each time you block them, they got to start another channel. That takes, I don't know. Good night. Good night, Jack. All right, buddy. I'll talk to you later. Jack is going. I'm going to put the camera up. So you guys, thank you for stopping by, Jack. And thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate that. I'll talk with you later, Jack. Good night. Happy Father's Day. Okay. You guys are gonna look at the ocean, and I'm gonna go get water. Turn on the water. Oh. Huh. Oh boy. Wait. Oh no, did I do that? No. Just have to excuse me, man. Every muscle in my body, boy, but between the jackhammer and the shovel and climbing up and down in and out of the machine about, I would say, 60 times. Today, I don't know, 60 times. 20 times up and 20 times down, that's a fact. Okay, well, I'm standing in my yard of where I'm building. This is going to be the parking lot where I'm standing. And what you're looking at ground level, is the ocean. So I have a clear view of the ocean standing, not on the second floor, not on the third floor. A clear view of the ocean. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go outside and turn the water on for my bucket bath. And I'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes, 4 minutes. All right. Oh, I got to do. I might be 5 minutes. Uh, 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 uh. Now, I might do this first. I might clean up the yard a little bit more. I got 3 things that got to be moved in the yard. Better I do this first. I won't want to do it later. Okay, yeah, after I get back. Oh, God. Uh, 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 Okay, that's 2 of the 3 things I wanted to do. I'm ready to go get my turn on the water. uh, 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 uh. Oh, oh God. Oh, now my ankles hurt. Huh. Ah. Oh, better, better you die young than get old. That's my advice. Ugh. Oh shit. Holy shit sticks. And macaronis. Holy smokes. Holy macaroni and cheese. Holy guacamole Batman. Oh, my knees hurt. My ankles hurt. My wrists hurt. Oh, my toes hurt. My toes hurt. My toes hurt. My toes hurt. I ain't even doing it. Oh. Uh, uh, uh. My toes hurt. Oh. Even my freaking toes hurt. Oh. Oh boy. Yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a good day to oil the tracks, not today. Oh. Tomorrow might be a good day to oil because I don't know that I'll be able to do much more than pick up a 1 gallon jug. Oh. 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 Okay. Alrighty. 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 We are on our way to I'm gonna put the last 3 or 4 tools away. What the heck? Oh no. What did I do? Oh, oh, oh boy. What did I do? What did I do? I didn't do that yet. Okay. I gotta do that first. I gotta get done. Bam. Bam. Bam, done. Oh. 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 Okay? I'm doing laundry now. Woman's work is never done. That's the truth. I'm not being facetious. A woman that takes care of the house, the work is never done. Now I'm doing laundry. I'm done doing laundry, then I can dry the laundry. Then I can fold the laundry, and then I can put the laundry back in the drawer. When I'm done with that, I do tomorrow's laundry. And after that, the day after that's laundry. Woman's work is never done. Ah. That's done. That's done. Ah, that's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. Ah, that's done. All right, let's put that there. Uh, ah, 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 ah. Oh, that hurts. Take my word for it, that hurts. Ah, ah. Right. Right. Hurts a lot. It doesn't hurt so much. Oh boy. Woo. Woo. Wow. What a mess. I got grease all over my shirt. Can't believe that. Ow. Wow. Ah. Ah. Oh boy.
All right.
La 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 la. Ah, oh, almost done. Almost done. Ah, Dr. Smith. Oh, the pain. Dr. Smith. Okay. Ah, ah, oh, yeah, baby. Oh, that feels good. We're minutes away from being done for the day. Minutes away from being done for the day. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, boy. All right. Do it like that. We gotta do it like that. The way we gotta do it. Ah, that's the best way, right? That's the best way. Ah, 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 ah. Oh boy. Oh, the pain, Dr. Smith. The pain is real. Sakit. Oh, oh, you dumb guy, you dumb guy, you dumb guy, you dumb guy, you forgot. You forgot. You forgot. You forgot. Dumb guy, dumb guy, dumb guy. Oh, oh. yeah. Nice and clean there. outside down here. Ah. Uh-oh. I got a hole in my shirt. Ah. Ah. Oh. Ah. Ah. Oh no. I got a hole in my shirt. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ah. 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 Hello, baby goats. Hello, baby goats. Ah. Oh boy. I have a hole in my shirt. I didn't know that. Oh my God. I have a hole in my shirt. Okay. Michael, yeah, I'm okay, Michael. I was just being an asshole. Was saying, oh my God, I have a hole in my shirt. Because somebody somewhere before earlier said, you have a hole in your shirt. Oh yeah, so I guess all you successful contractors, you put on a new shirt every morning, right? I did work for a company that made you put on a new shirt every day, though. Windy Day Plumbing in Islamorada, Florida. They used to charge $125 an hour, plus they double the price of the parts. You were not allowed to wear a shirt that wasn't new to go out on a job because we were working in very, very expensive homes. But if you got glue on your shirt, the boss would just tell you, go put on a new shirt. He didn't care. And the shirts were like $12, $13 a shirt. But not allowed to wear a dirty shirt. You're charging somebody $125 an hour plus some other fee, plus this, plus double the parts. We used to charge somebody, not me, the boss, $125 to take a hose bib off, the little hose cock, and put a new one on. They cost $6, and it takes about 3 minutes. You shut off the main, take the hose bib off, put some Teflon tape, put it back on, $125. And then if there was a big customer, they'd charge him for a service call, like $25 for a service call. So it'd be $150. Okay. I'm gonna put that electric over there, and then I'm gonna show you my bucket of laundry, my laundry bucket. We have the surgical medical gauze here. That's clean with industrial grade Clorox. And this is the outside bandage, which was a shirt. And then we have the bandana. And then we have the floor towels. It's all clean with industrial grade bleach and a good quality soap and water. So make fun of that, beta simps. Make fun of that. Gives you something to do. Make fun of that. Make fun of it. I said make fun of it, but don't do it today. Come to my house and do it, beta simps. I dare you. Beta simps, I dare you. Twice on Sundays, I dare you. Beta simps, you're all such tough guys. You're all such tough guys. You would never be able to work for me. Okay, I'll be back momentarily. I have to go shut off the water. Hello, baby goat. Hello, baby goat. Huh. One more thing. Ah. Ah. Done. My day was over. It was a good day. It was a good day, actually. I just showed the man next door how to paint metal. He was painting metal with metal paint right out of the can, but he was painting it on top of a roofing that had an oil coating on it. And he wasn't using thinner. I showed him how to do it. I don't know that he had the thinner, but he wasn't using the thinner. I think he thought the thinner was to clean his hands at the end of the day. But when I told him why, he said he would do it. I left. Somebody probably told him to use the thinner, and then he didn't use it because it's actually quite expensive. It's $5 for a gallon in the city, but it's like $8 a gallon here in Bohol. So, and probably it's $3 or $4 a quart. It's very expensive when you buy stuff local here. They have no, for the cheapest plywood here, it's 1,100 pesos for the cheapest plywood. And in the city, it doesn't seem like much, but in the city, the plywood that's here for 1,100 pesos is 860. So that's 240 pesos difference. So if you buy 10 sheets, that's 2,400 pesos, and they deliver it for 1,000. So if you buy 10 sheets, it pays, you save 1,400 pesos. But the people here, in order to get to the city, you know, where I live, you people want to believe what you want to believe, but where I live, many people where I live, many people, not a few people, but many people that are 60 and 70 years old have never been in the city. I don't know how many, I would say half a dozen out of 1,000 at least. But the younger generation, probably as many as 15 or 20 out of 100 have never been in the city, in the Tagbilaran city. They have no, they fish, they catch coconuts, they go on a fishing boat. They have no reason to go to the city. So a lot of people have never been, don't do any shopping in the city, and they're poor people, and it still costs them. It costs them 30% more to buy foods here, and sometimes 30 or 40% more to buy building materials. I try to make them understand that. I even, at some point, I asked people if they wanted me to go to the city to get foods for them, to get building materials for them. I would tell them that I'm going to the city, and they would say, yeah, and they would tell me, you buy it, and when I get back with the material, they'll reimburse me. I said, no, that ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work like that. So we just shit-canned Sean, who's probably that sanctimonious religious hypocrite from Dumageddon. In all likelihood, we shit-canned him. Poopsie doopsie. He likes to talk about poop, and I don't know why. He probably watches the Narrowback, and he's got a thing for diapers. Him and the Narrowback have a thing that I don't know. I have no idea, but I do know that sanctimonious hypocrite drunk from Dumageddon, he was best friends for many years with the Narrowback, and he's been breaking my chops big time. But of course, only on the internet. Only on the internet. Only on the internet. So all these tough guys, you gotta love this shit. It's like they're in some alternate reality. It's like no, not that you could beat everybody or everybody could beat you or I could beat everybody. There's no way of knowing that. But it's like they never got a beating before to keep their mouth shut from saying smart-ass remarks. It's not a question of whether I could beat them up or not, but if you think they're only doing it to me, they're not. They're going around the internet running their fake accounts and their fake names, running that. And in real life, I think it's because they never got a proper beating. I'm talking about a proper beating. I've gotten proper beatings. I've gotten beatings where it take a month before I could open my eyes again. But that's life. Some I deserved, and some I didn't. But that's not the point. These guys that run their mouth all over YouTube, where it's possible to find them, maybe one day, they've never gotten a proper beating. See, I don't do it. I don't do it to other people. I tell people, come and say that shit to me, and then we'll have a conversation. But you got the Narrowback, who could beat everybody up. He could beat anybody. He got the moves, man. This guy he's the king of Kung Fu, the judo man from Judo Land, and he's got the Kung Fu fighting skills, and I think he was one with Chuck Norris at some point, and that guy, oof, God, he can beat any. Anyway, happy Father's Day, everybody. If somebody, Michael Jones, thanks for stopping by. God, oh my God, oh my God, Sean was hidden by the alpha male construction. Now, here's what's got to happen. Now, Sean, he got to go. I hit him, not Jack or somebody else. They didn't time him out. So now, if Sean wants to come on my channel, Sean, a nice Irish name. I think that drunken Dumageddon is Irish too, actually. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, he is a drunk, right? So now Sean has to go. If he doesn't have to do anything, but if Sean wants to comment on my page again, it might take him 10 or 12 or 15 minutes to start a new channel. So he called me a poop something, poop hotel, poop diner. Now it's going to cost him 15 minutes of his life to go start another channel. And the next time, Today was pretty good. Today was pretty good. We only had about 3 people blocked. Yesterday was a big block day. Well, we had a block party yesterday. So let me see what time it is. 4 o'clock. I like that. It'll take me. You know, you might have heard me moaning and groaning when I was taking my bucket bath. The wounds on my leg are 80% gone, but they still hurt. But I did not take any pain medication at all since 10 o'clock last night. So it's out of my system. 6 months ago, in order to take a bath, I had to take 3 400 milligram ibuprofens, 3, and wait 45 minutes before I could put my foot in water. That's how much. And then I would never be able. I should have made a video of what it was like to take a bath like that. You know, to put my foot in a bucket and wash it. But the tears just came out of my eyes. They just rolled out of my eyes. They just rolled out. It hurt that much. And I don't think I was crying, but whining, yeah, whining for sure. In pain. Bereaved in pain, yeah, for sure. But now, today it was a minimal amount, but no pain medication in 20 hours. That's a great 23 hours, 25 hours, whatever it is. And but 6 months ago, no. 3 ibuprofen, wait 45 minutes before I could even think about taking the bandage off. And then an hour to take a bucket bath because the pain was so intense that half the time I just stood there like this, looking at the floor. Because when somebody has real pain, you just stop doing what you're doing, and you could focus on a weed on the floor, and your mind just goes into that weed. The pain is there, but if you look at the floor or the wall or something, you can focus on something, and the pain goes away a little, and then you continue with your bath, and the pain is good. It was good pain. I wish I could give you guys the pain. Just share it for, not permanently, just 1 minute each person, just from where you are right now to go into that writhing pain that I had 6 months ago. It would straighten your ass out. You wouldn't be breaking my chops. You'd say, how does he do it? I have a high threshold for pain. Remember that. When you stand in front of my house and yell, scream shit out at me, I have a very high threshold for pain. Things might not turn out the way you think. They might not turn out the way you think they're going to turn out. So, that's funny. That's funny. Well, you guys that have never done this and never done that, and you're all experts. You're all contractors. You're all smart asses on YouTube. You're all smart Alex. You're all keyboard warriors, keyboard tough guys. Remember that. When I don't want you to come alone. I want you to come with 2 or 3 of your friends. I want there to be at least 2 or 3 of your friends with you. I don't want you to come alone. This way, when we make the video, there'll be witnesses of to what day we made the video on. It should be noted that the video is going to get loaded shortly after we make it. One way or the other, we're loading the video we make when you stand in front of my house and yell a bunch of nonsense at me. We're going to make a video. It's going to happen. And so far, I'm here every day. Okay. nobody comes. They all gonna come. They're on their way. They're gonna come with somebody else. You do that. Just make sure you come with 2 or 3 people. I want to make it legal. Okay? Legal means that there are witnesses. I really want witnesses. Okay, thanks for watching. It's Father's Day. I want to take a nap now. And I got some phone calls. Thank you. Issa Malala. And happy Father's Day to you as well. It's Father's Day. I want to I want to have a little snack. I didn't eat lunch. I just had pineapple. And then this way I could be up at around 10 o'clock to make some phone calls. To make some phone calls. Oh, I don't care about that. As long as you're not spouting nonsense, I don't care. The people may have a funny name, but it may mean something to you. But thanks for stopping by. Thanks for wishing me a happy Father's Day. And it is high a lot. It's high a lot. It's high a lot. It's high is high in. Is high a lot. A dollar. Is high a dollar. Is high a dollar. Is high a dollar. I'm as high as a dollar. I'm as high as a dollar. All right, that's a cool name anyway. All right, I'll let you guys say goodbye to each other, and you could look at. Let's see what we can do. Will you believe this little jack? This little jack here. Look at this jack. I saw Ronald at Brit in the Philippines, Chris, saying good things about you yesterday. That's nice to hear. Thank you for passing that on. Thank you very much. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who Ronald is, though. I do know a Ronald that comes on here occasionally, but I haven't seen him in a long time. Look at this little jack. You can. I'm not interrupting you. You can look at this little jack. This jack is smaller than my damn flashlight. And this is my Milwaukee flashlight, and this jack is smaller than my flashlight. And they say that this jack can pick up 5 tons. 5 tons. You believe that this jack that weighs about 5 pounds can pick up 5 tons? My 5-ton jack weighs over 100 pounds. Not 100 pounds, about 40 pounds. Well, no, my 10-ton jack weighs about 60 pounds. So, yeah, my 5-ton jack probably weighed 40 pounds. And now they have 5-ton jacks that weigh 5 pounds. Look, I'm picking it up with 2 fingers. You believe this? 1 finger. 1 finger. I can do exercises with this thing. I don't know that I'd want to be under it. And then look at this. If I unscrew this, would you put 5 pounds on this screw? Look at the size of this screw. It's not even as big as my finger. My finger covers the screw. And then this minus the thread, the meat from. Would you put 5 tons on this? Come on, seriously. Anybody can answer the question. Would you put 5 tons and extend this screw up so that you could get a better bite? Give me a break. It's thinner than my pinky, and they say you could put 5 tons on this. I might try to jack up 2 tons with this screwed all the way down, maybe a 1/2 inch of treads out of here. But putting 5 tons on that extended, you're asking for trouble. You are asking for trouble. When I said to the lady, how much are the, well, I wanted a 10-ton jack. She goes, 5 tons and 3 tons. I said, give me a 5-ton. How much? She said, 700 pesos. I said, no, you must be mistaken. That's like a 1-ton jack. No, 700 pesos. This jack costs $14. $14. For $14, I'll use it side by side. I have a 10-ton jack that the seals got blow by. I think I could pick up a ton with it still, maybe. And then I have a floor jack that I could probably pick up another ton, and then but I can't pick up the end of the container. So what I'll put the floor jack on one side of the end of the container, and the 10-ton jack on the other side, which is air operated. Just push a button and it goes up. And then I'll put this in the middle. And if it blows apart, it blows apart. But I don't think it's going to hold. Theoretically, it should pick the container up by itself, but I got news for you. I won't be putting my hands under the cribbing on that pick. Ronald Navy. Okay, well, maybe it'll come back to me. To be honest with you, I am stupid tired from working out in the sun and the jackhammer that I did. And I did about 1 hour of jackhammering and then 2 hours of raking and moving rocks by hand. Maybe altogether, maybe 4 hours of hard physical labor in the sun. The whole time I was in the sun. But it had to get done. And then I'm just tired. I'm very tired. Very tired. I got plenty of sleep last night. Damn, I went to bed at 5 o'clock last night. I got up for 2 hours, and then I slept through till 6 o'clock. So I slept 13 minus 2, 11 hours. That's a lot of sleep for me. I'm tired. Well, thank you. What was that guy's name again? A Himalaya. Thank you very much. All right, so Ronald ex-Navy. I'll try to remember that, but thank you very much. Okay, everybody, Umping Permy, which everybody knows. Umping Permy, A-M-P-I-N-G. Umping Permy means take care always, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see if I got a Skype message. I might have a Skype message. I still haven't figured out how to work this computer. Believe it or not. I signed into Bing, so I have a window open on Bing. Yeah, I did get a Skype message, but not from the person I thought. Some people are funny, some people are cruel and funny. This guy is both. All right. I have a couple of Skype messages that I'm going to answer later. Let me see. I had 92 messages. I can't get back on Facebook. I could, but every time I sign into Facebook with the new computer, every time I sign in, I give it my address, I give it my password, I say stay signed in, and when I go back to sign in again, it tells me to put in my password and my address, even though I have stay signed in clicked. Even though it lets me in when I put the right password and the right email address in. But not yesterday, last week, last time I was on, it wanted my password and my email address, which I gave it, and then it said, please confirm that this is your phone number. And I said, screw this. Screw Facebook, man. What a waste of time. Really, I'm not even kidding. So now, I haven't been on Facebook in 7 days, 8 days, 6 days, and 93 messages, all absolutely worthless. It's so-and-so's birthday. I don't even know who so-and-so is. We suggest that you become friends with so-and-so. I don't know who that is either. Somebody posted in their mother's vacuum cleaner, and they want you to like their mother's vacuum. Get the hell out of it. And since Facebook disrespected Roger Waters from Pink Floyd, and to the degree that they did, because he wants to free Julian Assange, I won't give Facebook the time unless it's one of my family members. Like, I'm looking now, I don't see their names, so I'm not going there. I don't care. They know I'm going to call anyway, but that's not the point. Facebook is such... Talking about a guy that's a billionaire that doesn't have enough money. That piece of garbage. That freaking piece of garbage. Never... He's a New World Order guy. New World Order. I like to see him out there in the hot sun with me. Or working. Better yet, he could be my ground man when I'm running a machine. Mark Zuckerberg. He could be my ground man. If I have an accident, I have an accident. Accidents happen. Shit happens. Shit happens, man. Which is, for the people that are here wondering why I work alone, there are not a lot of experienced construction men here in Bohol. And the ones that call themselves experienced carpenters, they don't have a hammer. They don't have a ruler. They don't have a pencil. They don't have a tool belt. They'll have a string with a piece of safety wire for a loop hung on the string. That's their hammer hook. And they're carpenters. I'll be dipped in sheep dip if I'm going to hire somebody that doesn't come to work with a hammer, a ruler, and a pencil, that calls themselves a carpenter. I'm not going to do it. Could I give them each one of that? Of course I could. But I will not. I will not. You want me to give you my hammer belt, my hammer, and my pencil, and that what? It'll disappear. The pencil will be stepped on or broken. I don't know. I have been on a job in the Philippines, next door, the hotel next door, where no one had a pencil. I have been on that job when the wrench that they used to put the scaffolding together and apart, no one could find the wrench. And there were half a dozen plus men looking for the wrench upwards of 45 minutes. Because the wrench wasn't yellow, it was rusty, and it was in a bucket of rusty tools, and they might have looked in the bucket, maybe they did, but they didn't see it. So for 45 minutes, 6 or 7 men looked for a rusty open-end box wrench to take the scaffolding apart, to get it ready to put back together. 45 minutes. So that means that they spent 5 hours looking for a wrench that they got paid for, 5 hours of time altogether, and 5 hours of time that nothing got done because they couldn't find a wrench because they didn't put it back where it belongs or because it wasn't painted. So that's 10 hours of lost time because no one knows how to organize anything here. It's an amazing place to live, the Philippines. And then they come and ask you for a job. I'm a carpenter. Oh yeah? Do you have a ruler? Well, no rule. How about a tape measure? Do you have a tape measure? No, but if I work, I'll buy one. I don't know. When I told people I was a carpenter, I came with a whole van full of stuff, and I demanded a decent wage from day one. I mean, I would work for anybody. I told them, look, I'll work for you for $10 an hour today and tomorrow. After that, I want $25 an hour. It's up to you if you want me to stay. But I'm better than any carpenter on any job you have. And they would let you work for 2 days. Most guys would want to whittle you down to 15. I'm going, dude, I have $10,000 worth of tools in my truck. I want 25 bucks an hour. Yes or no? Most guys would say no, because the other guys that are there are only making 20 bucks an hour. And those are his men. So I don't work for you. Somebody will give me $25 an hour. Somebody knows that I'm worth $25 an hour with just those tools alone. I was using a 14-inch power miter and a 10-inch power miter, my compressor and my nail gun, and the guy didn't want to give me go from 10 to 25. Okay, well, that guy, I can't tell you what happened with that guy. You ever hear of Ocean Reef? You ever hear Ocean Reef? I'll tell you the story. Ocean Reef. It's where the owner of Schick shaving cream, Schick razor blades, Gillette razor blades, Eagle Electric, 2 members of Pink Floyd, all the ex-presidents, most of the Secret Service, they all have houses there. You got to have $1 million in 2001 dollars. You needed $1 million to buy the smallest piece of land with a 30 by 30 concrete house on it. $1 million. No view of the ocean, no flowers, no pool, just grass and a box. And that was what the head of the CIA, what was that guy's name? He guarded in 2000. He guarded George Bush. I knew his name. Anyway, he spent $1 million for a house. You couldn't even. You couldn't even. It's Ocean Reef. It's also where the owner of Chrysler cars and Ford and all the grandchildren and children and great grandchildren of Ford Motor Company, they all have houses out there. Those people buy a house for $11 million, buy the property next door for $13 million. That's $24 million. 2 houses on 2 properties, right? Tear the both brand new. Those houses are. They just were refurbished a year ago. Tear both houses down, remove the foundations, and build a new house. So there's $24 million worth of property and houses, and they tear both houses down and build one big house. That's money. And I told that guy, who, the great grandson of Henry Ford, I got in trouble. I got thrown off of Ocean Reef. I get thrown out of the best places. But not that day, but I got thrown out of Ocean Reef. I could only go back with special permission. So I was working for the grandson. The grandson the grandson. He was about 50 years old. This is going back to 2005. They have an emergency job that nobody can come and do. Plus, my machine with the slide boom in the back of my backhoe is what they needed to do this emergency pipe job. They have an emergency road break that's washing the road out. So I get a call. I'm going, look, I have a clearance for Ocean Reef, but I don't really want to go there. You know, it's not worth it for me. It's 3 days work, and we'll pay you $100 an hour. For that, I'll go. So that's $2,400. Takes an hour to get there. They're guaranteeing me $2,400. And it was 3 days work, so I got a lot more than that. So I start digging up the street, not where the break in the pipe is, but maybe 50 feet away from the break in the pipe. I gotta, for whatever reason, and I don't remember what the reason was, there was a shutoff valve in the pipe, but for whatever reason, they covered the shutoff valve with a new road and hard pack. They raised the road and they never put a tube down to the shutoff valve. So they knew about where that was. So I had to dig down till I found the tube, and then the tube was full of dirt. So I had to dig down both sides of the pipe. Then somebody got in a hole, snapped off the pipe, and then shut the water off, which was probably 4 hours to do all of that. So now we have to fix the pipe and redo that section, and they decided to shit can that valve altogether. It was old, maybe 40 or 50 years old. It was cast iron. So now we're going to put a new pipe in. So for that, they had to shut the water off from like a quarter of a mile away, including Henry Ford's grandson's house, which was a $24 million property. I didn't know it was Henry Ford's grandson. He doesn't have a fucking hat on that says Henry Ford's grandson. So the guy is watching, and he's like, he wants to look into the hole to see what's going on. Well, he's got like a pair of shorts and shirt, you know, it's summertime in the Florida Keys almost all the time. And he's got like a nice clean shirt on and stuff like that. So I said to the guy, why don't you go get soda for the men? Because there was 6 or 7 men on the job. And he goes, excuse me? And I took $10 out of my pocket. I said, why don't you go get us drinks? Instead of standing around with your fingers up your ass, why don't you go get us some soda? Well, because he was like looking and looking and looking. I don't want him looking in the hole. I don't want to smack him with the bucket. I don't want to drop the bucket and make mud hit the guy and the guy bitching about it. So he disappears, and then he comes back with Mike. Mike is the bullshit artist that's in charge of all construction in Ocean Reef. So if you want to work on Ocean Reef, the island of Ocean Reef, it got to go through Mike's office. Your police clearance is checked. You have to get fingerprinted and a police clearance to work on Ocean Reef, because you have most of the houses. For instance, Regis Filbert and his co-host, the woman, I forgot her name. They lived side by side. I did a lot of work for him, not her. I did a lot of work on his bulkhead. Anyway, so Mike comes, but the guy comes first. They use golf carts out there, and I said, yo, where's the soda? Because the canteen, the island canteen for the contractors is just like a quarter of a mile away. So he don't say anything. So give me back my money. He gave me back my $10 because he took the money, but then I guess he thought, screw this guy. So Mike comes and he goes, what did you say to this man? I says, I told him to go get soda instead of standing around with his fingers up his ass. He's in my way. You want me to do the job or you want me to leave? I don't care which one, but I don't want that guy leaning over the hole in front of, he's in the way. Do you understand? Listen, it's a construction site. I don't know the guy. He could get dizzy and fall down. He could get smacked with dirt and then want to sue me. One of the swing pistons could blow a seal and I hit him with the bucket. I don't want him there. He goes, did you tell the guy Yeah, I told him to go get sodas instead of standing around with his fingers up his ass. He was there all that day, and it was already late in the afternoon, just watching. It turns out that guy was Henry Ford's grandson. Like, I give a shit. So, he goes, do you know who? I said, I don't care who it is. I don't care, Mike. I don't care. I knew Mike. I don't care. You want to go get soda? We need something to drink. We've been here since 8 o'clock in the morning. We haven't had a thing. I ran out of water and soda. We had nothing. We need... So he goes, you want to apologize? I said, no, I don't want to apologize to him. I want him to leave. So he leaves. The guy, Henry Ford's son, grandson. So now this guy, he wants me to do work at his house. While I'm there, he decides to buy a 20-foot plus tree. Some exotic ash tree. This is the guy I just told to go get the soda. But already on his property is a tree where he wants to plant it. A nice tree, too. And so he comes to me, and I wasn't mad at him. I just didn't want him standing over the hole. So he comes to me and says, I want you to do work for me. How much? I said, well, I'll work for you for $100 an hour. $325 minimum. That's what I charge for the, here, you're the grandson of Henry Ford, and you don't, he agreed to the $325 minimum, but I was going to be there for 6 hours anyway. But I didn't think he was going to bitch about it, but he could go get somebody else. Carlos would charge him $900 and just say, if you don't like it, I won't come. Anyway, the guy agrees to the $325 minimum, and I take his tree out, and I take the tree and put it on a trailer. I don't know who owned the trailer. It just went, and the trailer went away. And then the new tree came. But in the meantime, I had to wash up, and he had his garage door open. And you could see the garage door from where the tree was. It was open. And the garage was like a 7-8 car garage. And when I walked in the door on the right-hand side, there were 4 foot wide glass refrigerators full of soda, water, wine, and whatever else you'd put in a refrigerator for drinks for a party, for his parties. There were 4 4-foot refrigerators full of soda and wine and water and stuff. And that cheap bastard, I worked for him for 2 days. Half the day that day and half. He never offered me a soda. I told him, I need something to drink. He says, go ahead, go get it. So I just run the backhoe down the road into the canteen, which also was Mike's canteen, in case you want to check my story. And I'd come back, it took about 15 minutes. He didn't care. He just wasn't going to give me any of his soda. So it would cost him $25 for me to run down the road to get something to drink, but I would do it during my break time, so it didn't cost him anything, really. But instead of giving me a bottle of soda or a bottle, he never gave me nothing. That cheap son of a bitch just spent $24 million building a house. And that cheap son of a bitch, the grandson of Henry Ford, wouldn't give me a soda to drink on a blistering hot day. But that's not why I got thrown off Ocean Reef. Another guy, another big shot. He needed custom deck work done. And I do that. So I told this guy, Steve, this piece of garbage. He lived 100 feet away from me. He knew I was a good carpenter. He saw my pictures and he saw my videos and stuff. I tell him, I'll work for you for $10 an hour for a week, but then I want $25 an hour. I had no work. So I figured $500 for the week is better than nothing, because 10-hour days. He said, okay. So at the end of the week, I said to him, are you going to give me $25 an hour now, yeah? Nah, I don't think you're worth it. And then I got thrown off of Ocean Reef. And I can't tell you what I did, but I can never go back to work on Ocean Reef after that. That would have made a great video. Him running down the road. After that, I actually could go back to Ocean Reef one more time. I went. An emergency. A guy. His dog died. You want to talk about rich? So he calls me up to dig a hole to put his dog in. And I said, dude, there's pink everywhere around your house is pink coral. It could take 5 or 6 hours to dig a hole. But besides that, I'm not allowed on Ocean Reef anymore. And he asked me why, and I told him. He goes, hold on. So he put me on hold and called up Mike. And then he says, you can come. There'll be a pass at the gate. I don't know who the guy was. So when I got there, they had the dog in a little box. And he told me where he wanted me to dig the hole. And I dug the hole, and he paid me my money in cash. Because I told him, no checks, only cash. So he agreed to that. But that was the last job I did. I buried the guy's dog. I don't know who that guy was. I don't know that I even met him. I know there were people out there with the dog watching me dig the hole, and they were crying. And it's pretty sad when your dog dies. It is so sad. It's, you become attached to them. Anyway, I'm still not. I would imagine if Mike's alive. So anyway, Steve, he got me banned from Ocean Reef. People would call me up, and I would say I'm not allowed on Ocean Reef, and they'd ask me why, and I would tell them Steve Johnson got me banned. That asshole, they would say. Everybody knew the guy was an asshole, but he was an asshole that was in charge of stuff. Steve Johnson. There's a guy that wished he didn't lie to me. Anyway, that was funny. If I could have a video of what I did and what Steve had to do, theoretically, it would go viral, worldwide and viral. But I don't have a video, so I won't tell the story. Not in a normal. This video is not age restricted. I would have to, if I tell the story, the Steve Johnson story, I'd have to age restrict the video, and I don't want to do that. Freaking piece of garbage. He was such a piece. This guy I could see his house from my house. He would come out. This guy literally lived in a house I wouldn't live in. I mean, I live in a shack now, or a shack-like structure now, bunkhouse, but this guy lived in this house permanently. And he had a beautiful Mercedes-Benz, nice truck, he had a Sebring convertible, beautiful car, and that was it. And his house was 10 inches off the dirt. It was rotten. The rafters were rotten. The floor joists were rotten. The window frames were rotten. But he was a big shot out at Ocean Reef. And he would walk out in the street. He had this purple robe. I swear to God, like a king would wear a purple robe with frills, and ornaments, like, bells and whistles and shit hanging. He had a purple robe that was probably about an inch thick that a king would wear. Literally, a real king would wear this purple robe to a function. And he would wear it. He would take a shower, or I guess he took a shower. I mean, I don't never saw what he did, but he would come out in the middle of the street with his hair would be wet, and he would be standing out there smoking a cigar because he didn't smoke in the house, and he'd be standing out in the middle of the street with this big fat cigar in his purple robe, and he'd want to sit there. Yeah, well, he's a yacht salesman, by the way, but he also is a contractor. Yeah, I got a $20 million yacht. I might be selling. This guy was selling $20 million, $10 million, $50 million, but he lived in a hovel. I mean, literally, it was. Actually, I got it condemned. I actually got it condemned. Half the house I got condemned because that's how rotten it was. After he got me banned from Ocean Reef, I called the building department. I says, "Hey, Jack, let me tell you something." And I'm coming to the office. Are you there? Yeah. And he goes, "What's up?" I says, "Fill out a form. I want to make a complaint. Guy's got rats. His house is falling down, and in his backyard, he's got an old construction trailer box on a boat trailer. He's got an old ice cream truck back there, and he's got a boat trailer that's all rotted, and a car, some kind of car, that's all completely rotted. It might have been there before he bought the house. And there's nothing but rats all over his property. That part was true, though. It was just they were living in the old ice cream truck and in the box, the old construction thing. There were rats everywhere, but we lived in the Keys. So he goes, "Are you sure you want to do?" I put my name down on the paper. I want to make a formal complaint. So he did, and he went there, and he was freaking furious. Steve Johnson was. Yes, I called up on you. And he had a trailer in front of the house with a 23-foot flats boat with no tag, an out-of-date tag on the trailer, and 2 flats. Not allowed to have a trailer or a car in Florida with a flat in the Florida Keys. You got to have air in the tire, and the tag, even though it's in your backyard where nobody could see the trailer or a car, the tag has to be up to date, and the air has to be in all the tires. So he had to get tires fixed. He had to get a tag. Oh, the boat had no tag on it either. The boat even though the boat hadn't been used in 10 years, the boat had to be tagged, the trailer had to be tagged, tires had to be filled up, and then he had to get the ice cream truck and the rest of that crap out of the backyard. And what did he calls up Carlos. Carlos didn't like Steve. Nobody liked Steve. And Carlos, I had already talked to Carlos, and I said, "Carlos, Steve's going to call you up about getting all that crap out of his backyard. Tell him you want $1,800, which is probably what it's worth. But tell him you want $1,800 because he'll say no, and then he'll have to hire me. I'll do it for $1,000." So Carlos said, "All right." So Steve called up Carlos, and Carlos told him, "Look, we all know each other, right? I've been to your house. I need $1,800 to come there and put all that stuff in a dumpster after you get the dumpster." So he goes, and he's going, "That's too much." And Carlos said, "Well, hire Mike. He lives right across the street from you." So even though he knew I did it, I agreed on $1,000, and it took me a day. But he wanted that shit out of his backyard. I just helped him. I'm here to help. I'm like the government. But that was To the left, there was a drunk school teacher. He didn't care about the mess. But to the right, it was a double rental. It was an attached unit to his house. So nobody cared about the mess. And I actually did community service. Community service. And that's it. I'm done telling stories for the day. Now I'm going to say goodbye. Praising my skills. Okay. I am Maldala. I am a dollar. I am a dollar. I am a dollar. Thank you. So Ronald was praising my skills. Very nice to hear. I thank you for that information. Understandable. Yeah, and that's a lot of exertion. Cheers. Thank you. I need to adjust. Okay, wait a second. Need to adjust browser settings to remember username. Okay. Even though when I sign into Facebook, well, when I sign into Facebook, it says remember me always, and I always say yes. I will, you know what I'll do, Amadallah? I'll talk to my friend Andrew. He'll help me with that. I'll tell him what you said. Okay, I gotta go. I'm hungry. I gave you guys 40 minutes. Yes, ask Andrew. So you know Andrew. I don't know who you are, but thanks for stopping by. All right, everybody. I'm Ping Permy, which, as I said before, yeah, I'm going right to bed. As soon as I have my snack, I won't have a heavy meal. Thank you, Amadallah. I'm Ping Permy, everybody. I'm doing all of those stories. Now, listen to me. All of those stories. You can call up Ocean Reef and ask for Mike's Canteen. Now, that was 20 years ago, but it should still be there. You can call up Steve Johnson, Johnsson. He lives in Key Largo. You can look up his telephone number and ask him about what I did to him. Ask him. He'll tell you. Or he might just hang up on you. I don't know. But you can ask Steve Johnson. Tell him that you have a yacht that you want to sell. He answers the phone. Steve Johnson, as if he was like Vladimir Putin. Steve Johnson. That's what he says his name. That's how he'll answer if he's still alive. I don't know why he wouldn't be. He wasn't a drunk or anything. But call him up and ask him what Fazio did to him out at Ocean Reef. Ask him what. He'll tell you, because he don't like me at all. Steve John. That's a true story. The Steve John, because that guy lied to me. And I was a better carpenter than anybody that he had working for him. Anybody? Oh yeah, there was something else I did to him. Okay. Now I remember why he wouldn't give me the $25 an hour. Told you we were doing custom cedar decks and cedar railings. Well, this guy who thought he was a carpenter, he actually was a carpenter, but he sucked at it. But he was a better carpenter than 90% of all the carpenters, but he wasn't an ace crackerjack carpenter. So he was putting railings on the side of a concrete stoop. This is what pissed Steve off. All right, Patrick Barker. Hey, Patrick, I see you've been posting a lot of videos with your grandchildren. They look nice, but I haven't watched all of them, but thank you for stopping by. And happy Father's Day, Patrick. So this guy who thought he was a carpenter, what he did was, there were 6, you're welcome, Patrick. There were 6x6 posts. And the posts had to be lag bolted into the concrete stoop. And I'm trying to remember why what he did wrong. He did something wrong. And instead of the railing being at like 36 inches where you put your hand, he drilled the holes where the railing was only going to be 30 inches. If you where he drilled the holes through the posts, I don't know how he did it, but it was 6 inches lower than it was supposed to be. And this guy told me once he was a better carpenter than me, which all you people think you're a better carpenter than me, but you're not. So what he did was, so the posts can't go down, so the holes in the post were like 1.5 inches that got cut out with an auger bit. Well, there was no way to hide the holes, because had he drilled the holes too low, then he could push them down lower than the deck of the staircase. But being that he made it too low, the holes, we were taking the posts up. He was taking the posts up. And then those holes would be higher than the top, the 4-foot platform of the staircase, in order to raise the rail up. So, but you had to fill 2 holes 1.5 inches in diameter on this side, and 5/8 of an inch through the 6x6 with wood putty. Well, you can't do that. I mean, so what he used was, what the hell is that stuff? It comes in a reddish color can. You mix water with it, wood patch, because it gets hard like a rock in like, a half an hour, and then it's sandable, but it's a different color and it shrinks. So he used that on the whole railing, and he did all DAP, right? DAP, that's it. DAP, wood. Thank you, Patrick. DAP, wood plug, and but it shrinks, and it was in cedar, and cedar swells and shrinks and swells and shrinks. Cedar is a very spongy lumber, and it was clear cedar too. These posts were way expensive. We're not talking about $10, probably talking about $50 a piece for clear cedar in Florida. Anyway, well, being that he kept telling me what a great carpenter he was, he sucked at what he did. I had to teach him how to do a cupola inside the house to make it look right. Anyway, when the owner came, well, Steve had told me, we'll talk about your raise next week. I said, no, we're going to talk about it now. And he goes, I don't have time to talk about it. The owner's coming. So when the owner came, you could see it. It was clear as day. The DAP was a different color than the wood, and there was no stain on the wood. And the plugs were already shrinking. This was like 2 weeks after the fact. So when the owner came, I had asked Steve again outside in front of the house, are you going to give me my raise? And he said, I don't think you're worth $25. So I walked back, and I'm packing my tools now. I know I'm leaving. I'm going to get fired or I'm going to quit. But the owner was standing back by the staircase, and I pointed it out that all the posts were drilled improperly and then plugged with that DAP wood filler, and they would all fall out eventually because it's the cheapest wood filler. And there were like 16 railings that went around this concrete thing. And the owner said to Steve, you got to take those off and give me new posts. Steve went apeshit. Because the owner said, Michael told me about this. So I don't care. You're not going to keep your word. I got to hear this other asshole telling me what a good carpenter is. He can't make a measurement from the deck up to the top of the railing. I have to teach him how to do the finishing on a cupola to make it look, because he screwed it up a little bit. I have to teach him how to do this shit, and then you don't want to give me $25, but you give that guy $25? What, is you and him having sex or something like that? I'm the one who deserves $25 an hour. Well, he went apeshit nuts, Steve did. And that's cool. I like that. And then I got thrown off of Ocean Reef. What happened after that? Call up Steve Johnson, the yacht. It might be underneath yacht sales, Steve Johnson, Key Largo, Florida. Call him up and ask him. Go ahead. I dare you. He lives on... he lives in Ocean Estates. That's where I lived, Ocean Estates. And he lives right around the corner. But I don't remember, even though it was only 100 feet away, it was a different street. It's right near North Channel Drive. You might even be able to find him on a map. Steve Johnson Yacht Sales. Call him up and I said Happy Father's Day. What a piece of garbage he was. I gotta go. Everybody have a nice day. Patrick, thanks for that piece of information. I'm being permy, and this time it's for real, baby. It is for real. That pineapple worked wonders for my voice, huh? It did. I'm being permy, which means take care always. From Mr. Congeniality, from Mr. Nice Guy, ask me. I'll tell you. I come with my own references. Ha, ha, ha. As Passport would say. Ah, ah, ah. Uh-oh.